सारिका एस बेडके, सुदाम आर दळवी, आवेश अहमद और मगर एस मोहम्मद। अगर ये लोग यहाँ पर है तो कृपया रजिस्ट्रेशन काउंटर पे जाके एक बार इशू रिजॉल्व करके आइए। मैं वापस एक बार नाम लेती हूँ। सारिका एस बेडके, सुदाम आर दळवी, आवेश अहमद, मगर एस मोहम्मद। आप लोगों का कुछ पेमेंट रिलेटेड इशू हो गया है तो कृपया रजिस्ट्रेशन काउंटर पे जाके वो रिजॉल्व करके आइए। हम कुछ ही देर में हमारा आज का सत्र शुरू करने जा रहे हैं। कॉकलिया पुणे या फिर एवाईजे के स्टूडेंट से अनुरोध है कि कृपया बाहर जो पार्टिसिपेंट्स हैं, आप में से कोई एक वॉलंटियर कर सकते हैं, उनको अंदर बुलाइए ताकि हम जल्द से हमारा सेशन शुरू कर सके। थैंक यू। हम कुछ ही देर में हमारा आज का सत्र शुरू करेंगे। अगर आपके कोई सहकर्मी या दोस्त अगर बाहर है तो कृपया उन्हें अंदर बुलाएं ताकि हम जल्द से जल्द हमारा आज का सत्र शुरू कर सके। नमस्कार। मैं कुछ पार्टिसिपेंट्स के नाम लेना चाहूँगी जिनका कुछ पेमेंट रिलेटेड इशू है, तो कृपया वो पार्टिसिपेंट्स रजिस्ट्रेशन काउंटर पे जाके अपना इशू रिजॉल्व करके आए। सारिका एस बेड़के, सुदाम दड़वी, आवेश अहमद और मगर एस मोहम्मद। मैं वापस नाम लेती हूँ। सारिका एस बेड़के, सुदाम आर दड़वी, आवेश अहमद, मगर एस मोहम्मद। तो अगर ये पार्टिसिपेंट्स अभी यहाँ पे मौजूद है, कृपया जाकर रजिस्ट्रेशन काउंटर पे मिल के आए।
Can I have water first?
Yes.
आलोक आलोक सर किंजल को बोल आलोक. हेलो, गुड मॉर्निंग. सेशन शुरू करें. घर जल्दी आना है ना. 5:50 की कोई ट्रेन है, एज व्हाट आई अंडरस्टैंड. So let's start. Today is the third session. It's okay. Today is the third session of the international conference, the first international conference of NCED Maharashtra. And it is my privilege to introduce Mr. AYJNISHD sir, a well-known entrepreneur, social advocate, and a brand ambassador of AYJNISD. He is also the founder and CEO of ISH and not ISH, right, Kinjal? An organization dedicated to promoting Indian Sign Language and advancing deaf communities' voices. He is a strong proponent of deaf empowerment and inclusive communication, using his professional influence to amplify the voices of deaf community. Through his association with AYJ and ISHD, he has actively supported awareness, accessibility, and the mainstreaming of Indian Sign Language as a linguistic right. His commitment to inclusion goes beyond the advocacy as he consistently works towards the bridging the gap between the hearing and deaf communities through meaningful engagement and public outreach. We are honored to have him with us today, and his presence significantly strengthens the message of accessibility and inclusion that this platform stands for. I request Alok Kejriwal sir to come on the dais.
Hello everyone. Hello everyone. I can't hear, so I need an applaud like this, a visual applaud. Thank you, Dr. Gayatri. हेलो, थैंक यू मुझे यहाँ इनवाइट करने के लिए डॉक्टर गायत्री. मैं इंट्रोड्यूस करता हूँ अपने आप को. मेरा नाम आलोक केजरीवाल है. आप शायद कुछ लोग जानते हैं मुझे और उन्होंने भी मुझे इंट्रोड्यूस किया. मेरा एक न्यूज़ चैनल है जो साइन लैंग्वेज कैप्शनिंग और वॉइस ओवर के साथ न्यूज़ देता है. आप में से काफ़ी सारे लोगों ने देखा होगा ISH न्यूज़. एनीवेज, आप ये देख सकते हैं ISH न्यूज़ चैनल जिसमें हम साइन लैंग्वेज सबटाइटल्स और वॉइस ओवर के साथ और ये बहुत वंडरफुल न्यूज़ चैनल है डेफ लोगों के लिए. हर मंथ बहुत सारे अराउंड 50 लाख व्यूज़ होते हैं हमारे चैनल पे. डेफ और हार्ड ऑफ हियरिंग दोनों इसे एंजॉय कर सकते हैं. 10 लाख सब्सक्राइबर्स है. इट्स लाइक न्यूज़, फिर इंस्टाग्राम पे, यूट्यूब, फेसबुक, लिंक्डइन सब पे हम ये वीडियोस प्रोवाइड करते हैं डेफ कम्युनिटी के लिए ताकि उन्हें एक्सेसिबिलिटी मिले, so they know what is happening in the world. Second, we also have been translating movies in sign language. बहुत सारे movies हमने translate किए हैं जो OTT पे और even theaters में दिखाई देते हैं. तो जो सारे dialogues movies में आते हैं तो उसकी accessibility के लिए भी हम काम करते हैं. We also translate advertisements in sign language. like wigs and jewelry ads. It's both on TV and also on OTT platforms, so that because deaf people are not able to understand the advertisement, so we are adding all these things and giving them accessibility in that. We also provide interpreter services in courts, in police stations, in hospitals, like in jail, like what I'm interpreting right now. So we are expanding that way. We also have an app called Call Sign. We'll announce it very soon. And एक हमारा NGO भी है, which is called Signing Hands Foundation, which has got 2 channels, YouTube channels in that, which is ISH Kids, which is for deaf children, for 0 to 5, 0 to 6. How will they learn to communicate? How will they learn signs? How will they learn vocabulary? So there are animated videos, like, about fruits, vegetables, animated stories, plus sign language and voiceover in that, for parents and children to learn, so that even the parents can learn sign language from that and teach the kids. There are more than 15 stories in that. You can all watch it. It's on YouTube channel. It's also on Instagram. It's called ISH Kids. This is the first time in India that such accessible videos have been made for deaf children. Yeah, there are around 1,200 deaf schools in India, right? So, it will help. This platform will help everybody. And then we have ISH Shiksha. It's an educational channel where we teach English online to more than 2,500 kids have been taught English till now. Deaf children to taught through a deaf teacher. Yeah, hearing teachers, how they teach the deaf children. It's the same. The communication remains the same. They understand the same. और हमें से भी सपोर्ट कर, हमें चाहिए कि डेफ का कम्युनिकेशन और एजुकेशन अच्छा हो, तो ये ISH शिक्षा के थ्रू हम इंग्लिश कोर्सेज चलाते हैं, ताकि वो कैसे लिख सके, ईमेल्स कैसे लिख सके, सब कैसे लिख सके, वो हम बताते हैं. और हमारे पास अभी भी एंड इट इज अ फ्री कोर्स. अभी जो शुरू हो रहा है जनवरी से मार्च तक, नेक्स्ट फाइनेंशियल ईयर हम एक्सपैंड करने वाले, ये 2000 स्टूडेंट्स के लिए फ्री कोर्स है. ये इसमें कोई फीस नहीं है, ऑनलाइन पढ़ और ये ऑनलाइन कोर्स है, उसके लिए आके क्लास में आने की जरूरत है. इट्स जस्ट ऑल फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट. So I want to support deaf education and deaf to become successful like me.
Yes, of course.
So thank you so much.
Wait. Tejal sir को बोलो wait.
It is important कि आप हमारी जो आप accessibility दे, include करें उनको empower करें, so that the deaf people who are hard of hearing can become successful.
Of course.
And also they are given sign language. Sign language really helps to clear the picture for them. Oralism is good, yes, and sign language will help the best. We cannot work only with oralism. I'm purely deaf. How am I successful then? This is a proof. I'm a businessman as well. It's not that oralism is bad. Both of them can work together. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Alok sir. I request Dr. Meera Suresh ma'am. Yeah. Okay. Alok sir, there is one suggestion. Meera Suresh ma'am, please come. There is one. Yeah. Bye. Yeah. By Amita ma'am.
Yeah. I have one suggestion. When you're talking about teaching ISL, right? I suggest that all contact the schools where the teachers are using sign language, but not the correct one. So if you can collect a group of teachers of schools who are teaching and teach them ISL, so that all the schools will have a common sign language.
Agreed, ma'am. Very true. Whenever teachers or hard of hearing teachers or anybody, yeah, they can have a professional training center or a 3-month or a 1-year training center for sign language. Only then they'll be skilled at teaching through sign language. And then they can become proper teachers for the deaf schools. Yeah. So not signing properly is wrong. Yes, correct. How to teach children, so that needs to be taught properly. Yeah. So that everybody can, is signing the same.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I request Dr. Meera Suresh, Madam, to felicitate Sir. मीरा को बोल वहां देखने के लिए. Okay. मीरा वहां देख. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Meera, ma'am. Thank you, Tejal. Over to you, dear.
गुड मॉर्निंग एव्हरीवन. झालाय मस्त चहा थंडीचा. कसं वाटतंय? कैसा लग रहा है तीसरा दिन एनसीडी इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस में? कैसा था अभी तक एक्सपीरियंस? इंसाइटफुल? सीखने मिला? ग्रेट. So, I, Nisha Dighe, welcome you all for NCD India International Conference 2026, organized by NCED Maharashtra chapter in collaboration with AYJNISD National Institute of Speech and Hearing Disability, Mumbai and COCHLEA, Pune. The theme for this conference, Inclusive Education Through Disability Perspectives and Research. Sorry. Okay, yeah. As just without wasting a minute, it's getting echo. Without wasting a minute, we'll start with our very first session. और ये सेशन हम ऑनलाइन करेंगे. हमारे स्पीकर है आज के, वो सिंगापुर से हमारे साथ कनेक्ट हुए हैं. तो एक बार उनके लिए जोरदार तालियां. एंड ऑल्सो वी शुड बी ग्रेटफुल टू टेक्नोलॉजी कि आज दूर से कहीं और से भी हमें नॉलेज मिल सकता है. वी आर नॉट लिमिटेड. सो विदाउट वेस्टिंग अ मिनट, आई वुड लाइक टू इनवाइट co-chairperson Mrs. Poonam Mhatre, special educator of AYJNISHD, Mumbai. And our chairperson for this session, Mrs. Shobha Nakre, ex-principal of CSED, Mumbai. I request the dignitaries to please come on dais. With great privilege, I would like to introduce our today's speaker, Shilpa Madane. Her topic for this session is curriculum-based remediation for strengthening inclusive education practices. Shilpa, working with the Dyslexia Association of Singapore International as a senior specialist teacher over 15 years. She also currently lectures in mathematics for DAS, that is Dyslexia Association of Singapore, as an adjunct specifically in their certificate courses designed for parents, caregivers, and teachers of learners with specific learning disabilities. She is a trained in the Orton Gillingham approach for dyslexia and holds a diploma in teaching students with dyslexia by Cambridge University. Shilpa's scope of work includes supporting students with multiple learning difficulties, including dyslexia, dyscalculia, and ADHD in math and literacy. She specializes in developing literacy and mathematics skills for multilingual students from various nationalities in person as well as virtually. Shilpa ma'am is a passionate about working with specific learning disability learners and has been a panelist on multiple webinars about topic relating to dyslexia. I welcome you, ma'am, for this wonderful conference, and over to you, ma'am. Thank you.
Excuse me, ma'am. Excuse me, ma'am. Last 10 minutes. Last 10 minutes. Thank you. How to do the questions? How to do the questions? Hello. 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 Hello.
Madhuri, the co-chairperson and chairperson are just saying something. Hope you can hear it. Let's check.
Are there any questions? The forum is open. Anybody? Thank you very much, Shilpat madam. No questions? Any?
Thank you so much. The session was great and it was very interesting.
talking about the system, how everything is in Singapore. So I have a question. I know when we talk about Europe, जब हम एजुकेशन की बात करते हैं तो बहुत सारे सब्जेक्ट्स होते हैं, मैथ्स, हिस्ट्री, ज्योग्राफी, लैंग्वेज, अलग अलग सब्जेक्ट्स होते हैं. लेकिन आई थिंक एक बहुत ज़रूरी चीज़ है, एटलीस्ट फॉर एक 1 hour वी शुड ऐड अ टॉपिक की लिटरेसी, जो सिर्फ लिटरेसी पे फोकस करके टीचिंग की जाएगी. वैसा यूरोप में है, तो क्या सिंगापुर में वैसा कोई सिस्टम है? सो बेसिकली जैसे लिटरेसी शुड बी अ सब्जेक्ट ऑल टुगेदर, अ सेपरेट सब्जेक्ट, तो क्या वैसे सिंगापुर में है? जैसे मान लीजिए अगर हम क्राफ्ट, स्विमिंग, आर्ट, इसके बारे में बात करते हैं, जैसे हम इसका स्पेसिफिकली फोकस करते हैं, वैसे स्पेसिफिकली लिटरेसी पे फोकस कोई टाइमिंग होता है? Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, ma'am. You are able to hear me? Hello. Okay. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am, for your insightful. It was really a good experience for us, for learning experience. Uh, Ma'am, step-by-step implementation of strategies can really help children in learning the concepts, helps them to give the scope for self-learning, and also, and it can help all the children achieving the mastery in understanding the concepts and literacy skills. The strategies can also facilitate self-learning and build child's confidence and interest. The examples that you have given is well blended with the language, knowledge, and literacy lessons. So thank you so much, ma'am, for your input. I'll hand over mic to Shobha Nakre, madam. She is the chairperson for today's session.
Thank you very much for this wonderful and interesting and valuable session. And your evaluation format is really wonderful and which is practically useful basically for elder classes, for parents as well as teachers. And lastly, I would like to quote one Sanskrit Subhashit, Vidvatvam cha nrupatvam cha naiva tulyam kadachana swadeshe pujyate raja vidwan sarvatra pujyate. Means day before yesterday, we spoke about the Buddhivanta, Pradnyavan and all these things. And it is a comparison between king and Buddhivan. We can compare their qualities because Raja is well known in his territory. But what about the Vidwan? He is worshipped by everyone and everywhere. राजा अपने देश में ही पूज्य होता है, लेकिन विद्वान सभी जगह पूज्य होता है. मैडम, यू आर really wonderful and thankful and valuable session is really wonderful. Thank you very much, and thank you very much for NCED.
Sorry, ma'am, we are not able to hear you. Just a minute.
So are we done already? Not yet. Okay. So I can log out. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Really.
Yes, thank you on
Thank you.
behalf of NCD India. Thank you for connecting with us. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
It was really a wonderful session. Uh, I would like to request Poonam ma'am to present token of gratitude to Shobha ma'am. I request Mrs. Kavita ma'am to present token of gratitude to Poonam ma'am. Thank you all the dignitaries. अब हम आगे बढ़ते हैं हमारा अगला सेशन या सत्र जो है उसका टॉपिक है ऑन मेकिंग द इम्पॉसिबल पॉसिबल रिफ्लेक्शंस ऑन इंक्लूडिंग एवरी चाइल्ड इन एन एजुकेशन क्रिएटेड फॉर सम। तो इसी सत्र के लिए मैं को चेयरपर्सन मिसेस शिल्पी नारंग लेक्चरर इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ रिहैबिलिटेशन एंड हेड क्लिनिक ऑपरेशन एट अल्प्स हियरिंग रिसर्च उनको मैं मंच पर आने के लिए आमंत्रित करती हूँ। और इसी सत्र के चेयरपर्सन डॉक्टर अजित कुमार OIC CRC अहमदाबाद, इन्हें भी मैं मंच पर आमंत्रित करती हूँ। और इसी सत्र के हमारे स्पीकर है प्रोफेसर संगीता बग्गा गुप्ता। I request her to please come on stage. Professor Sangeeta Bagga Gupta. I request ma'am to please come on stage. And I would take this opportunity to introduce her. Professor Sangeeta Bagga Gupta has been full professor in Sweden since 2007. She has a very strong multidisciplinary background and her work has been situated across institutions of education, gender studies, rehabilitation, social linguistics, communication and deaf studies. During 2024 to 27, she is visiting professor at both the French National INALCO Research Center in Paris and at the National MANUU University in Hyderabad, India. Professor Bagga Gupta's scholarship focuses on communication, identity, culture, and learning from anthropologically framed multiscalar decolonial framings. She is multilingual in spoken, written, and sign languages. Over to you, ma'am.
Can you hear me? In Sweden, you have to have coffee by this time of the day. And this is a Friday. Okay? That means that I'm already on the downhill. There is a Zen Buddhist illustration that you might know of. How do you fill a teacup or a coffee cup? How do you fill a teacup or a coffee cup that is already full? Do you know? चाय का कप है या कॉफी का कप है, फुल है, उसमें और कैसे कॉफी डाल सकते हैं? Correct? To learn something, you have to unlearn. कॉफी कप को थोड़ा सा निकाल के then you can learn. I am a researcher. I am an anthropologist. I am in charge of teacher training, teacher education for a number of years. I am an active researcher. तो मैं यहाँ पे कोई नया मॉडल लेके या कोई मेथड के बारे में नहीं बोलूँगी. मैं रिसर्च के हिसाब से मेरी आपकी विनती है कि आप जो आपका टी कप है या कॉफ़ी कप है उसमें से थोड़ा 45 मिनट्स के बाद में थोड़ा सा निकाल के तभी आपके ऊपर उसके अंदर कुछ नया आ सकता है. मेरा रिसर्च पास 30 इयर्स से अलग अलग एरियाज में है. डिसेबिलिटी इज जस्ट वन एरिया. डिसेबिलिटी में ब्लाइंड, डेफ, डिसलेक्सिया, न्यूरोसाइकियाट्रिक इलनेसेस या लेबल्स के ऊपर है, जेंडर स्टडीज के ऊपर है और माइग्रेशन एंड एथनिसिटी रिसर्च में है. इन सब में एक कॉमन चीज है और वो है लैंग्वेज या कम्युनिकेशन. जो मैं बोल रही हूं, आई एम taking away the possibility of understanding for those people who do not know Hindi. अगर आपको हिंदी नहीं आती है, you will not be able to understand me, correct? If I start now talking in Swedish, I will take away the possibility for everyone not to understand, right? Language is very, very, very important. And language is not something that I am saying or Kinjal is signing and you are just taking into your head. Communication or languaging, doing language is you are creating the meaning. I am not just saying something or automatically magic से आपके सर में कुछ हो गया. See, I am saying there are people in the audience who do not understand Hindi. तो उनके लिए तो बस I have removed the possibility for them to participate in what I am saying or what Kinjal is saying, right? So this is a fundamental thing and I will theoretically try and make this something that you take with you. To take it with you, you have to take up your teacup, pour a little bit out. Otherwise, you are going with the solid. जो चाय है आपका वो solidify हो गया है. ओके तो मेरा जो एम है आज वो है टू ट्राई एंड मेक यू लर्न बाय अनलर्निंग. सो द प्रोसेस ऑफ लर्निंग, सी ऑल ऑफ अस हु आर टीचिंग, आई डोंट टीच बट आई स्टडी पीपल्स लर्निंग, पीपल्स टीचिंग, टीचर एजुकेशन में, वर्क प्लेसेस में, क्लासरूम्स में. I study that, my PhD students study that. We as teachers want our students to learn something. Very often we fail, but the children are, or the adults are always learning. The human being is always learning. So how is it that we are trying to make people learn and include them and we are failing? How is it that society is trying to make people into good citizens so that they don't become criminals, but they in any case become criminals? Right? So learning is always taking place. What we want people to learn is not taking place. So these are fundamental parts of what learning is, theoretically. Which is why talking about separate models is a problem. Okay. I will start by saying that my name is Sangeeta. In British Sign Language, I would say that is finger spelling, right? In American Sign Language, which is one of my languages, you will say. In Swedish Sign Language, which is one of my primary languages, you would say, okay, I don't know Indian Sign Language, so I'm going to get Kinjal to help me because that is not one of my languages. In India, everyone is normal because everyone uses more than one language. In the context I come from, we only use Swedish. We only use Swedish because we think it is normal. The human brain can only speak one language. Immigrants are very abnormal because they speak many languages and they are forced to learn Swedish. Deaf people are completely abnormal because they have Swedish Sign Language and Swedish. Normal human being, one language. Okay, keep this in mind. I'm going to walk to try and say something about this position 1. And then walk here when I'm talking of position 2. My focus is going to be to fill that cup, position 3. Okay, but before we come to that, I will say something. Okay. So these are the 3 parts of what I am going to do. I am going to ask questions. So I'm not going to tell you about a theory. I'm going to make it a bit interesting so that we take something with us when we go for lunch. I am going to question हमारे जो assumptions है ना, जो हम चीज देखते नहीं हैं, I'm going to be talking about them, but I'm going to try and engage you in doing that. Then after that, I will say something about research and education. And finally, I will come to position 1, 2, and 3 and show you, illustrate to you that जो हमारे assumptions हैं, ये जो कप में चाय या कॉफी है, ये हमारे assumptions, they have solidified. I also want to draw your attention to these maps. Abhi previous keynote में we saw some maps. Where are the oceans? That is the normal map that we are offered in schools. Europe is in the center. Okay? This map में Europe is not in the center. Europe is in the side. इस ये जो मैप दिखाया जाता है तो people say ये तो upside down है. हाँ? Think about it. The world is round. It is spinning. There is no up and there is no down. But that is an assumption. It is called Eurocentric map. So to understand something we all know, na? We all believe that the world is round. All? And remember few centuries ago, researcher था जिसने पहली दफा बोला था कि the world is round. He was killed. Because that was a dangerous thing to do. So what I am doing is I'm coming out on a limb and I'm going to say dangerous things. I fully knowing that I will not be killed. Okay? Okay, where should I have this? It's not. Okay, every time you see this moving figure, I'm asking you something, not expecting an answer always, but I'm going to ask you to think with me. मैं, think when you see this, the world moving around, what do you think? I am, अपने आप के बारे में I am, आप सोचिए और remember करिए, ठीक है? It can be I am a living person, I am a woman, I am 12 years old, जो भी, you think yourself. ये जब पिक्चर देखते हैं तो what do you think of? I am. अब suddenly अगर आप सोचें कि I am Indian or I think I am Swedish, so then you have to try and hunt for where India is and where Sweden is, है ना? स्वीडन जो बोलते हैं कि नॉर्थ में है अभी, वो तो बिल्कुल ही छोटा सा कहीं यहाँ पे आ गया. ये it is questioning our assumptions. Sorry to the chairs because you are not participating in the same way. I'm not sure why this is not working. Okay. And now you see some other human beings. So what do you think of when you see this picture? Some of you are maybe parents. You could think of yourself as a parent, but then there are so many children. I don't know whether you can see, but this figure is sitting on a wheelchair. So what do you, when you think of yourself, how do you relate to this? When you see this, how do you relate to this? Again, this is no right or wrong answer. I'm just asking you to participate. And by the way, this entire presentation will be आपको मिल जाएगा. आप उसको AI से कोई भी भाषा में चेंज कर सकते हैं ताकि you can participate in it. Similarly, जब हम अपने से दूसरे के बारे में जाते हैं तो आप क्या सोचते हैं जब ये देखते हैं? ये वर्ड नॉलेज. Agar if we had workshop time, then we would probably start understanding that very often we think of knowledge in terms of कि सर पे है, यहाँ पे है, या किताबों में है, या बिल्डिंग्स में है जो हम उसको यूनिवर्सिटी बोलते हैं या स्कूल बोलते हैं, correct? So knowledge is often connected to this or a place, and this is what I will disturb. So the question where knowledge exists and where learning takes place is fundamental to teacher work. Whether you are working with preschool children or you are working with adults, this is fundamental. What we think about what knowledge is, what we think about where learning takes place, कि हम कहाँ सीख रहे हैं, ये fundamental चीज है. और ये हम ग्रांटेड, ये नेचुरलाइज हो गया है. हम सोचते हैं कि नॉलेज यहीं पे हो रहा है. आप में यहाँ से किन किन लोगों को चाय बनाना आता है? आई एम लुकिंग एट ऑल द मेन, नॉट मेनी हैंड्स गोइंग अप. कहाँ पे सीखा? स्कूल गए क्या? कहाँ पे सीखा? किसके साथ सीखा? Not father. The point again being, we have forgotten that we are learning always. We think learning is only taking place in school. So where are we learning and what are we learning and with whom are we learning is a fundamental part of understanding how strange schools have become. Human beings have had schools only for a few hundred years. But human beings have evolved over a very long time and we have always learned. So we have to go outside schools to understand why schools have become so strange. Okay. This is a village where I live. इस village में 2000 लोग रहते हैं. This is a city where I work. One of the 3 universities where I work. One is in Sweden. My name, I get my salary and my bread and butter from here. But I also work in Hyderabad and in Paris. Okay. It takes me 3 hours to drive. I don't have to go there every day. I go there once, twice a month. This is the distance. Why? Because technology allows me to work. And I only work at the doctoral level and postdoctoral level. So my students are adults. They are working in teacher education. They are working as looking at what schools are doing. जब मैंने पूछा था कि अपने आप बारे में सोचिए, how many of you said that I live in Pune? I thought, जब मैंने आपको क्वेश्चन पूछा कि I am, the world was going around, I did not think of Vintrosa, the little village, or Jönköping, my university town. I thought of Pune. Because last night I slept in Pune. There's no right and wrong, correct? I am living in Pune. For yesterday, that is truth. You see? But how many of you who have traveled to Pune like me, आपने सोचा कि मैं पुणे में रहती हूँ या रहता हूँ? Not very many. Because that is not how that has become the norm. Okay? So Pune is here. आप अलग अलग जगहों से आए हैं. ये जो मेरा point है, ये same we can think in terms of, if I say how many of you are monolingual, none of you will put up your hands. Because all of you are multilingual. एक भाषा से ज़्यादा जानते हैं. अगर हम पूछें कि आपका रेस क्या है, ह्यूमन रेस है, होपफुली एवरीवन विल से. आपकी एथनिसिटी क्या है, आप कोई बोलेंगे कि मैं झारखंड से हूँ, मैं बिहार से हूँ, मैं पंजाब से हूँ, मैं यहाँ से हूँ, या मेरे grandfathers and all came from, were refugees from Pakistan or whatever. Okay, we start thinking in terms of आपकी जेंडर क्या है, आपकी एज क्या है. How many of you are below 50? How many of you are above 50? Okay. आपकी functionalities क्या है? Friday को my functionalities are low. I am very often disabled. That is the truth. But that is not how we think of disability. We think of disability in terms of you are disabled, you are able. Yeah, we call it normal, which is also interesting. Right? So these are our assumptions. Very important word I will introduce. You might know about it, but I will show you what it means. That is intersectionality. All of us are intersectional. When I am with my children, like if you have children, you are not a professor or a teacher, educator or a special educationist or an administrator. When you are with your children, you are a parent, right? When you are with your husband or wife, you are not a professor or a teacher educator, you are a partner. So we are more than just one label. But when it comes to disabled people or migrants, they are forever migrants. In Europe, we have the audacity to call migrants third generation migrants. Third generation. कि आपके four fathers made the mistake of coming to Sweden, so you are third generation migrant. But see, that is what we are doing even in disability. If I am working with a blind person, everyone will say, oh, that blind child. But that child is first, not the blindness. Same way, hearing impaired or deaf is not the main identity of a human being. Same way, a woman's identity is not just womanness, that is a human being. This concept allows us to move away from this very absurd way where we only look at senior citizen is someone, in my country it is above 75. Over here it is 60. So when I'm at the airport, because I don't dye my hair, they always ask, you want a wheelchair? Right? So what they see, they only see my age, not my able-bodiedness on a Monday, for instance. Okay. So again, some questions. आप क्या देखते हैं जब ये आपको पिक्चर दिखती है? Flower. Okay, something you see. Pollen. अब क्या देखते हैं? Child beehive. No? अब okay. You are seeing different things, different people are seeing different things, but you are seeing something. If you're everyone over here is a sighted person like me, you are seeing something. अब क्या देखते हैं? Some word, correct? I said ना कि अगर हम स्वीडिश में keynote देंगे तो everyone is out. This is a Swedish word for something that some of you saw, which is honey. Honung. आप देखेंगे तो आपको पता चल जाएगा. आप देखेंगे तो if I will show this in Sweden, no one will be able to read it. हिंदी word और देवानागरी स्क्रिप्ट में वर्ड है. हाँ, तो स्वीडन में I have to show them this so that they can read this. So with technology, if you have a translation app, you can just put up your phone and you can read. So see, through technology we can read. So literacy is now no longer inside our brains, even if we ever thought it was. We are using it. Okay? Similarly, in Swedish Sign Language, this is honey. But you have to do it like this. Because if I do, then it is not honey, it is bee. B-I. In American Sign Language, this is honey. In British Sign Language, this is honey. If I didn't have this, I'm scared I will break it and Chitra will get angry. Okay? So in British Sign Language, it is Indian Sign Language, honey? Huh? My point is, there is no one-to-one correspondence between any of these signs and honey or any of these signs and honey. They are just different communities of practices, different human beings, जो community बना के उन्होंने उनके community ने पहले decide किया, स्वीडन में decide किया कि this is honey या honung. American Sign Language, North America ने ये डिसाइड किया कि दिस इज हनी. इट हैज गॉट नथिंग टू डू विद जो हम खाते हैं. शहद, एक और कम्युनिटी ने डिसाइड करा कि वो जो खाते हैं उसको हम बोलेंगे शहद. यू हैव टू रिमेंबर दिस. वी डोंट रिमेंबर दिस. We take for granted that there is a noun and that noun has to apply to everyone. Theoretically, we have forgotten this. There is no one-to-one correspondence. Okay, language is meaning making. जो मैं बोल रही हूँ, that is not some truth. You have to be active to make meaning. In specific communities, groups में, we can all decide. जो हम लोग यहाँ पे हैं, we can decide कि we will no longer call शहद शहद. We will call it And then we can be active in social media, in the press, and change this word to We can do it. And people do it. So words, whether in a signed language, यहाँ पे 4 different sign languages हैं. ये 3 different spoken languages हैं जो अभी यहाँ पे written, they are just words. There is no one-to-one correspondence. It is not neutral mirroring of reality. And we can carry on like this. There are many examples. So the ideology of language जो हम learning situation में जाते हैं, ये जो ideology है जो हम भूल गए हैं, theoretical part, यहाँ से we have to go to languaging. तो जो noun है, वहां से you have to go to the doing of meaning. जब हम एक दूसरे से बात करते हैं, तो we are actually creating meaning. And it's very interesting why we do not make more confusions amongst ourselves. How this magic takes place. That is what interests me. Okay. आप देख रहे हैं? Just like my interpreter over here, there is someone who is doing all this. अगर आपको कोई sign language नहीं आती है, you will just think that they are doing like this. Correct? Similarly, we have another modality that we call the written language. अब आप कोई भी logographic script या alphabetic script या कोई भी script में लिखें, अगर आपको Chinese नहीं आती है, you are looking at a logographic script, it is nonsense. Similarly, अगर आपको Latin script नहीं आती है और मैं आपको एक टेक्स्ट दूं यहाँ पे जो स्वीडिश में है, it is nonsense. That is another modality. You have to be active to participate in that community that uses that modality. Similarly, when we are talking, I'm to at least moving, my hands are moving, my facial expressions are moving. It is not just what I am saying through this technology. Supposing I was only talking to the chairs, what would I be doing? I would be saying that you people who are sitting over here are not important. Even though those of you who are hearing can hear me. Correct? That means how we talk is multimodal. It is not just this that is multimodal or this. I have a live illustration. Multimodality is part of oral talk. This is part of theoretical framings in communication studies, which is where my PhD is in. It is not in web studies. So to communicate is meaning making with other human beings. If you all, and this is my very famous example, if all of you decided we do not want to listen to her and did not come and the chairs also didn't come, do you think I would stand here and make this presentation? I am dependent on you to be sitting here, to be pretending at least that you are listening to me, so that I can talk, right? We are dependent on one another. In a similar way, supposing I did not come, हो सकता है कि आप ऐसे ही बैठे रहें और ऐसे ऐसे करते रहें, नहीं ना? You would go out, you would talk to one another, you would make your groups. So this is an important part of communication. Meaning making is chaining. I need to introduce a couple of words, chaining. This is languages and modality. So when I am talking, I am looking, I am gesticulating, I have expressions, these are linked. If I say like this, yesterday the food was really excellent, and my face is like this, you would say that, there is something she's trying to say, there is something between the lines. No? But if I say, yesterday the food was really nice, you would have little more faith in what I am saying in the second way. Why? Because we are changed. It is not just what I say, it is also how I express myself. That is just one small part of training. I will come back to that. So this figure, this is very common. People say often that in India and in Italy, where I also work, that people are always gesticulating. This person is not from Italy, this is from a news channel discussion in the US. This is common, this is normal languaging, this is how we communicate with one another. Okay. Coming to literacy, which has been a very important part of, for instance, deaf studies research, we forget that there are multiple ways of learning. I will illustrate that. Chaining is a very, very important part of literacy. It is not just what the teacher says, and even if we have a complete hearing classroom, it is how the teacher chains the oral language with the written language that is important. This becomes even more important if a child has dyslexia or a child is deaf. It is not just what you sign that is important, it is how you connect the signed languaging with the written languaging. My research and the research of number of different people, particularly in Scandinavia and Northern America, shows that deaf children of deaf parents have better reading and writing. How is that possible? Deaf parents expose their deaf children to normal languaging through what society is doing. Deaf children of deaf parents are exposed to the fact that the adults are reading and writing. They are using technology, what we today call smartphones. Earlier on, they were, for instance, audiovisual aids to communicate, computers. Children at a very young age learn that the written word is important. It is hearing parents who have deaf children who do not know how to work with the written language. So chaining does not take place. So there are many different kinds of chaining. I will tell you some things about three. One is synchronous chaining. When I am talking and someone is signing, this is synchronous. This is happening parallel. Hopefully she is doing what I am saying. Right? I don't know because I don't know Indian Sign Language. But because I know Swedish Sign Language, I can go up and say that, you know what the speaker said is not what you said. And the worst part is when I am giving a lecture in Swedish Sign Language and I have interpreters. Unfortunately, I am hearing, so I can hear all the wrong things. So I have to say, sorry, I did not mean that. Okay? So this is change. This is synchronous chaining. Local chaining is, supposing I tell you, and then I finger spelled Sangeeta in Swedish Sign Language, and then I did this. This is my sign's name, Sangeeta, and then I do I. That is local chaining, because I have done finger spelling, I have given you a sign, and I have pointed to myself. That is called local chaining. But it could be something like if I tell someone, I am traveling to Pune, and that person would say, so where is Pune? Then I have to say, oh, it is in India. It is Pune. Google it. What did I do? Only in oral language. What did I do? Pune. Pune. It is in India. That is local chaining in oral language. So it has got nothing to do with the deaf, but a lot of research in California, in on the east coast in Gallaudet, and Norway and Sweden have in the 1990s given rise to these kind of how language is always multimodal and it is connected. Activity chaining has been only found in classroom situations. So the teacher comes in and you will recognize this. Introduction in mathematics. Today we will do this topic. The teacher explains, then she says or he says, अपना workbooks निकालिए, page 95 में जाइए. In a deaf classroom, we have seen that the teacher is only signing. Phase 2 may the children take out their books. What is happening? Reading and writing is taking place. Then the teacher goes from one child to the other. जो भी difficulty child के पास है, the teacher explains. So now the languaging is taking place in written Swedish or written English and signing. So different classroom phases में different languages are being used. That is called activity training. And then of course you can go into more depth. A lot has been published. If you're interested, I will share. I will come back to what we did earlier on. Remember, there is a picture. There is the sign here, honey. We can do it in American Sign Language. Honey. The written word honey. And then the spelling. In American Sign Language, those of you who know, right? So this is connected. It is not sign language that is important. It is the connection that is important. I'm only using words, but that is not language. Right? And this is an illustration, a theoretical illustration. So similarly, in oral language, supposing we are in a classroom with only hearing children, or a classroom where deaf children are there who are being taught orally, unless you have this, the child is not going to learn how to read and write. So what is spoken has to be connected to something. And that has to be connected to this. This is not a given. Remember, different communities में different written texts होते हैं. Another word I want to point out is whatever classroom you are in, whether you are here. Okay, there are some people here who are audiologically deaf. I am culturally deaf. But today I'm speaking to both groups. Right? I am expecting everyone here who is sighted, who has eyesight, to be visually oriented. Whether you are deaf or whether you are hearing, you are visually oriented. You have to look at this, you have to look at me, you have to see how I'm emphasizing something. That is called visual orientation. And that includes all modalities of language. Okay, now an illustration. Sweden is a very small country. There are very few people who live there, but the Swedish language is very strong. Remember, Sweden gives out the Nobel Prize in Literature. So this small country has a big hold on the world. One word that Sweden has given, or the Swedish language has given to all languages, is the word ombudsman. It exists in Indian languages. So an ombudsman is a ministerial authority for redress. कोई problem है तो आप उसको you can go to ombudsman. So 1800 के beginning में ombudsman for justice was created in Sweden. Took a long time. The next one was equality ombudsman. Ombudsman for discrimination, 86 में. Children's ombudsman. So if you're a child, you can go and say कि ये problem है, the laws are not being followed, and they will take up your case free of cost. 1994. Remember, in India, you have a law for disability that came in 1996. We still don't have 1996 or 5. We still don't have such a law. But we have an ombudsman that came about at almost the same time. And then we have ombudsman against discrimination on grounds of sexual orientation. At this century, nothing is happening. Now, I just want you to know this and then think. आप पढ़िए. तो अगर एक ऐसा बच्चा है जिसको डिस्क्रिमिनेशन फील होता है, या जिसके पेरेंट्स को लगता है कि माय चाइल्ड इज नॉट बीइंग गिवन द सोसाइटल सपोर्ट दैट ही और शी हैज अ राइट फॉर, आप कहाँ जाएंगे? Will they go to children's ombudsman? Then they will say, no, but this child is sitting in a wheelchair and the child is blind, so they should go to disability ombudsman. But the child is also an immigrant. So should they then go to equality ombudsman? Have you seen? This is where we get lost. We do not have an ombudsman for intersectionality. There is no, or the whole person. This is what we are also doing in education. We are missing the whole point. We want to create happy, well-adjusted human beings for our society. But we do not have a school for the human being. We have a school for some people, and we have a school for special, and then you can fill in the blanks. So I will now, what I've been saying, I'm just finishing the first part of my talk. What I've been saying has a lot of consequence for doing research. And then in that turn, the research that you consume. So I will share a video that is available, and some of you might have seen it before. How what we see, what we hear, and what we are reading is not neutral. Just follow. Have you seen? देखा है किसी ने? Did you get 16? I've never got 16. I've seen this many times.
About half is the gorilla. You probably saw it. But did you notice the curtain changing color or the player on the black team leaving the game? Let's rewind and watch it again.
I'm sorry, I didn't get the sound.
And there goes a player, and the curtain is changing from red to gold. When you're looking for a gorilla, you often miss other unexpected events. And that's the monkey business illusion. Learn more about this illusion and the original gorilla experiment at theinvisiblegorilla.com.
Okay. So this, you have a number of different kinds of the gorilla experiment. I took up the most recent one because people have seen it. But this is what, when we come with our ideologies, I've only spoken about language ideologies. When we come with our ideologies of what is norm, what is normal in teacher education, we miss the complexity. Because we come with that expectation. We are just human beings. None of us is beyond what we can see, what we can, those of us who hear, what we can hear. So this has consequences for जो research, जो knowledge हम produce करते हैं. Okay? तो अगर जो हमारे assumptions हैं, knowledge we think is neutral. There is a truth and we have to find that truth. लैंग्वेज इज बाउंडेड. जो हिंदी है वो हिंदी ही है. नॉर्थ इंडियंस हिंदी बोलते हैं, जो हम व्हाट आई एम यूज्ड टू मोर इन मुंबई, दे से दैट इज नॉट रियल हिंदी. हाँ, हैव यू हर्ड दिस? Identity is fixed. A woman is a woman is a woman. Okay, a child is a child is a child. A person who has ADHD is ADHD, ADHD, ADHD. We become fixed. So it is important to remind and recognize. Like I know that on Mondays I am much fresher as compared to Fridays. In Swedish there is this word learning in and learning out. It's a very strange word because we are not learning in and I'm not teaching out. We are creating meaning. In Hindi, there is padhna, seekhna, but that is connected to stuff that is there in books. So these are seen, so different subjects are seen as transfer. The teacher has something that has to be given. Individual capacity, it is bounded. What I have been talking about theoretically can be understood as changing that neutral to something that is plural, and it is something we do. So you can read a number of manuals on how to make chai, but unless you learn how to do it and do it yourself and make mistakes, you are not going to have that knowledge change. You have to do it. So in a similar way, language is not something bounded, it has to be done. Identity, learning, meaning making, these are actually theoretical concepts. It's not something I have just created. There are books. If you Google, you will see books on musicking, languaging, mathematizing, culturing. These are concepts that seem to have missed the entire inclusion discussion. These are then seen as activities, practices in what we do in the everyday, not what we report, not what we say. My school does this. That is not what is languaging or learning. It is understanding practices. It is the change continuum of meaning making. There is this major shift that is taking place that is not coming into teacher education. I have not seen much of that in Indian settings. I see a lot of it happening in some settings, not all. Okay, so I have done the major part. Now I'm just going to walk you through things that you know. In the second part, what I have said now has major consequences for not just research, but also for how we have built up teacher education. What this actually means is that you can never look at an individual person. If you are doing case study of an individual, you have to see what kind of interaction. So people in interaction with others and with tools like writing, tools like technology, what is happening, what are the possibilities that that person has been given. So we have to think about the words that we have and the imagined communities that we create. So if citizens in Sweden are called third generation immigrants, what have we done? We have created an imagined community of real Swedes and immigrants who are never going to lose their immigrantness. You probably have it in different connotations, India may be. But these are, in the literature, it is called imagined community. So deaf community, I do not know any deaf community that is only deaf that doesn't hear. Without people like what we call interpreters, without understanding that deaf people have hearing children and hearing people have deaf children, there is no deaf community, there is a deaf hearing community. So we imagine communities. Okay, so there is a lot of literature that I have. So if you look at the inclusion history, we are only thinking of what is happening in schools. I will also take up sports. So 1990, the UN came up with the Education for All ethos. All of us probably remember. In Sweden, this was before. Before 1962, we had schools for, one kind of schools for boys, another kind of schools for girls. You can understand the gendered way in which education was built up. It was in 1962 that we got one school for all. And this was a movement in Scandinavia. But the interesting thing is that education for people who we label as disabled has been going on since the 1800s. So there is something that societies have done. There is humanism that created. So our schools for the deaf, we have 5 schools in Sweden for deaf, and we have always had them, irrespective of whether we have had oralism or signed bilingual communication in the history. They have always been segregated. They have existed since the early 1800s. If you compare this, Olympics started almost 3,000 years ago. It was only for men. It was first in 1900, the year 1900, that women were allowed to participate in. So just think of how many centuries Olympics was only for men. There was no inclusion. World Games for the Deaf, it was actually called the International Silent Games. Deaf Olympics, the term came first in 2001. We just saw the completion of the Deaf Olympics in Tokyo. Paralympics, so in the sports area, inclusion has been very different. We need to recognize that. So how is it in the workforce? Different countries have different ways. In India, in Japan, and in Germany, you have laws which regulate employment of people with disabilities. In Sweden, we have no law. So you see, it is not that some countries are better off than other countries. We need to understand these differences. So inclusion is different from integration. At least in Europe, integration, we think of immigrants. And we have a nation-state logic, which is also very strange. This is different from sports. Okay, one more thinking. You've seen these kind of memes on internet? Yeah? There is some kind of a barrier. There are people standing, and inclusion says that, we have to give people who do not have a particular ability, we have to give them more support. So this is then seen as being inclusion. But in reality, this is what is happening. Those who have get more support. What I'm going to now talk about, third position, says that don't tell a different version of the same story, change the story. So take away that barrier for everyone. That will benefit everyone. In special education, we call that universal design in some ways, but this is a little different from that, but I will come back to that. Okay? So this is liberation. I would go even further and say they're still spectators, they're not participating in whatever, cricket or baseball or whatever. Learning how to make chai. They're not participating, they're just watching. So doing something is different from just. So inclusion, the central question that we never ask, because it is very, very difficult to ask this question, is for whom is this being done? By whom is this being done? And into what? Is it making chai? Is it watching? Is it participating? Actually, this is a central question that we never ask. This comes from a third position. Some kind of a short summary, diversity is normal. We are all different. We have to accept that. I have two children, both of them are completely different. Okay? We have different identities, we have different languages, we have different habits, even if we are part of the same community. So you have literature that is coming out that is actually talking about this, being human being. What does it mean to be a human being in the 21st century? Okay. In deaf literature, this has been there for more than 25 years. Here is a classical volume that came out in the early part of this century. Many ways to be deaf. There is no one way of being deaf. And we all know that there are many ways of being a woman, being an Indian woman, being a Maharashtrian woman. There are many ways of being children. So why do we have a belief in one method ever? Okay? So there are many ways of being and many ways of languaging everywhere. Inclusion as participation in everyday life. This is not a normal way of understanding inclusion. We think of inclusion as placement everywhere. So even if we are working in schools, we need to understand what is the ultimate aim of this inclusion. What is going to happen when they finish their plus 2? So recognizing that we as able-bodied, power with power, as a professor I have a lot of power. to be able to say things, to see legislation go in a particular way. I have a lot of power. But remember the question, who am I to be doing this? For whom am I doing this? That is important. Okay, so now the movement from 1 to 2. You recognize this. I'm taking deaf studies as a point of departure because it actually opens our eyes. Position 1 talks of sameness. We are all human beings, okay? Does anyone disagree? We are all human beings? Yeah? We belong to the human race. The sameness says, see, able-bodied people can hear, deaf people cannot hear, there is a deficiency, let's give them an oral language. Then we are same. We have the same point of departure. In gender studies, we do the same. Most nurses are women. Their salary in Sweden is much lower than medical technologists, who are mostly men. So we say that they are working in the same sector, they should get same salary. So the principle of sameness is used. Okay, remember I told you we have to leave education in order to come back to understand that. So we have oral, medicinal, psychological, there are models that are there. This dominated in different times. I will show you some anthropological research and I'm going to ask Chitra to help me. I have a short video it is in Swedish. Okay, let me give some background. So what happens in this particular project, a PhD student of mine and I, we were shadowing 8 deaf children who had got cochlear implants. We were trying to see how they were included. It was fascinating to see that all these deaf children were taken out of their classrooms during Swedish and English with one adult, and so this is just the name of a child, and the resource person is sitting in the satellite classroom, and this is what the satellite. All 8 in all the schools, they were being pulled out. So this is a pattern. This is what they were doing. Remember, we are not interested in what they say they do. They have been mainstreamed in regular schools. Please. You will have to read because you will not understand the Swedish.
En känner sig onyttig. Där hon går omkring. Med armen in i fällan. Hon sover dåligt på nätterna. När hon vänder sig om kommer armen i kläm. Armen i kläm.
Remember what I told you? All languaging is multimodal. The method that is used here is to train the hearing. The child is wearing the cochlea. This is what becomes of Swedish. Whilst everyone else in the classroom is studying Swedish, the language Swedish, this child is taken out and is training their hearing. So Swedish becomes reduced to hearing. There is no bad intention of the teachers, but this is what becomes the norm. This is what is learned. Okay? You will recognize this, that language, when it becomes only the oral language, it builds on what I have been talking about, these ideologies. Okay? It exists in a place. Now I will come to position 2. That builds on, if you go beyond education, it builds on segregation. You remember this from the 60s? When the segregation in southern USA was a big hot topic. So you could drink water if you looked white in one place, and beyond that, if you were colored or you were black. Yeah, in the curriculum, I said, no, 1960s, we got our school for all. The same thing started happening in the 80s and the 90s. You started getting labels for children and labels for languages. Categories started emerging. This is the Swedish landscape. So we started seeing difference happening. The idea of difference, the principle of difference builds on, no, deaf people can't hear, so let's give them sign language. That is the way to literacy. So there becomes a method. You have a Rochester method, you have a bilingual method, you have total communication, all these comes up and these emerge here. And in Sweden we have segregation. Language here becomes reduced to sign language. So I told, I'm going out on a limb. I'm making myself very unpopular in different places. So it belongs to and is owned by deaf. Right? If it is a language, if Indian Sign Language is a language, then why does it belong to deaf people who have grown up in, 95% of them have grown up in hearing families, where parents did not know Indian Sign Language. So how can you say it belongs to someone? It should belong to a community. It does not belong to people. And it must be safeguarded in a place. Now I'm coming to point that both these positions build on needs of children. The principle of sameness and the principle of difference builds on the needs of children. But languages do not build on needs. Languages are meaning-making tools. So you have different teaching methods, you recognize these. In Sweden, we are exceptional. We have always had one model at a time. That's a different lecture. Okay, this builds on that in Europe, we believe that one country can only have one language. So you see, in India, you are so far ahead of us in the thinking. There are how many? 1600 or more languages, and some are recognized, others are not recognized. So you have all this. So position 3 says both positions have their benefits, but they are not theoretically sound. So based on empirical, anthropological kind of research, not just in my research group, but in a number of different anthropological centers in Scandinavia, in Northern America, we have seen the need to revise our understandings of the community. We have seen the need to come back to the basics of what language is. Yeah, and these build on different kinds of research projects. I have told you that you will have access to all this, and if you find any of these projects of interest, I'll be happy to share. They build on the principle of intersectionality, not on the principle of sameness or on the principle of difference. Okay, I have shown this to you. There are many ways of being deaf. So what would this mean in terms of a school? If Indian Sign Language is a language, why is it only for deaf children? Why isn't it there for other children? This is not some kind of a utopian idea. Such schools exist, not in India, not that I know of, but they exist in other parts of the world where I have visited, where more hearing children are studying chemistry and geography in Italian Sign Language, in American Sign Language, in New Zealand Sign Language. 3 school settings that I have visited and done my own observations on. You could have in Sweden a school based on Swedish Sign Language and Swedish, where hearing and deaf children participate. Because remember, diversity is normal. Okay, so visual orientation and chaining then become important theoretical tools for that. So I will end with this to say that there is literature there. This handbook, this handbook is completely open access. There are some chapters in this handbook, chapters 17 and 20 in particular, that raise awareness regarding position 3 in very different ways. Chapter 17 has been written by Ulrike Zeshan, who does research and who lives, I think, in Orissa now. I will point to that because then that shows you something from the Indian setting. Chapter 20 is based on this third position thinking, comes from Sweden. Literacy studies, you see very important chapters. There are 37 chapters. Gayatri Ahuja, who is an assistant for this huge project, she has co-authored chapter 37. And here you have other texts that also take up, and all of these are open access, which is part of a decolonial ethos, that knowledge is not something that needs to be kept in Europe or in North America. It has to be accessible to everyone. I apologize for going beyond my time, and I hope that you can empty some parts of your cup and take something from this talk with you. Thank you.
Now, session is open for questioning. Any question from audience side?
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, वैसे my volume too है. Normal volume is only very high. Thank you, ma'am, for the wonderful session, and thanks for making us understand what exactly the languaging is. Just one question. Since the first day, we have been listening from certain presenters about a particular method, okay, and they have been highlighting on a particular method for a group of children. And you have highlighted about the third position, you have highlighted about the diversity. So according to you, should we focus as an educators on a particular method, or what is your suggestion about it?
So, I will take the illustration of a very major project that took place 25 years ago, which was what is called a meta project. So, research that does research on the existing scholarship. Not just bringing it together, but analyzing. And that project was called Literacies and Deaf Education. That book, about 350 pages in English, is available free of cost today. That project allowed me to understand what you are saying, different methods. So what we observed in that project was across the globe, and this is English language research and Swedish language research. Across the globe, English language, not other languages, researchers come, they have a lifespan of 20 years, 30 years. They come with one method and say, this is a good method for deaf education. Then, after their tenure, another researcher comes in the same university maybe and says, they might be oralists and says, no, that needs to be changed. They come with their method. Same with signed communication. They come with different methods. One of the things we observed in that project was that they are not delivering. Deaf children across time are not, all deaf children are not going beyond grade 4. You remember grade 4? Literacy. I am not interested in elite people who have the money resources, people who have parents who are putting in emphasis on their education. I'm interested in all children. I'm interested in a deaf child who has ADHD. Now bolo, उनके लिए क्या करोगे? हाँ. So when you look at the research like this, generation after generation is failing. That is where these ideas emerged. I did not have this vocabulary at that time. इतना publishing नहीं हुआ था. Now there is a lot of publishing. So no, I do not believe in methods. I believe in being inspired by methods and then being situated in the everyday. Now, why do I show that small clip where the resource person who has an education in deaf education, she knows how to sign, she is taking the book and talking like this. Right? When I am sitting in a restaurant in Pune eating with my colleagues, I cannot hear what they are saying. I'm a hearing person. I have to look, I have to guess. If you put the menu on top of your face, I will not know what you are saying, Meera. So, when we are taking that method into the classroom, it is going to contribute to failure. Okay, from a learning theoretical perspective. So it is important for us to understand where did we learn how to make chai? Where did we learn how to cycle? How many of you know how to cycle? How many of you, those who know, have fallen down, bruised yourselves, tested? How many of you know how to cycle on more than one type of cycle? So you see, understanding that we have to be with others and with these tools. Now I'm talking of cycling. अगर आपको साइकिल सिर्फ एक म्यूजियम में दिखता है और कोई आपको आके लेक्चर बताता है कि ये मेथड है साइकिल करने के लिए, so how are you going to learn how to cycle? The logic I am trying to say without going into the theoretical framework. But there is enough written today to be able to understand. As a mother of 2 children, I find it really ridiculous when we talk of methods. I have brought both of them up. They are completely different human beings. How can I understand that? Did I do different methods with them? So we need to, again, this Zen Buddhist metaphor is very important. जो हमने सीखा है आज तक, मैंने अपने एजुकेशन में ये सब चीजें नहीं सीखी थी. I have to constantly unlearn to relearn. So methods are very important because they give us the experiences of other people. But there might be a lot of commercial angles in all this also. Think for yourself. So one of the points is think. What are you going to do with this cup that you have now emptied out something and put in something else? One of the things is think yourself. I don't have the answer. This is my answer. You will have to test.
Any other question?
Or comment? Everyone is hungry.
Hello. Hello. Am I audible? Thank you so much, ma'am, for this presentation. And sorry? Sure, please.
Good afternoon. You said that there are various methods that can be used, and all methods are carried down by generations, and they use whatever is correct. What I have gathered from it is that you can try and test whatever method is suitable for the child, and isn't it? I'm very doubtful about it. Isn't it kind of paradoxical that we'll have to try and test again and again, and wouldn't it delay the child's growth and development?
So I did not say that you have to try and test. What I'm trying to say is that the research that exists shows that people are doing this, and I'm against this. That is why I'm against. So if you think of like coming back to what is meaning making, what is language? Those of you who have children or have played with children, you can go there and say, that's a flower. If I am telling a child in Sweden, I will go down with the child and say, Blumma. Even if the child is hearing, hey, it is another language which I happen to know. Okay, Blumma. I'm holding the child. I'm looking at the child and then pointing to the child. What is that? In oral language to a hearing person, what am I doing? I'm shaming. This is not a method. This builds on scientific understandings of meaning making. See, why I
said that this is a hearing child because in Sweden and America and Canada and UK it is very popular to take hearing children to baby signing classes. So anthropological research is showing that baby signing is good. So when I asked the parents, why are you taking your children to these classes? Because that will be early oral development. Isn't it interesting that we are keeping signing away from deaf babies? So my point is, it is just a different language. Encourage all for baby signing, take calls for deaf children. But don't we do, those of you who are hearing, don't we talk to children like that? We say, oh, pankha. Don't we do that? What is this? We are doing it. There is a scientific name for it. My point is that these methods are actually like keeping this is actually a problem because that is not normal languaging, that is not meaning making. So the example of that project from 25 years ago that resulted in that big book, which has been translated to Japanese, that book shows that researchers come and researchers go and they create new methods, they take old methods, they tweak that method. Method is not the way forward. You have to go back to the basics of what is human communication. Human communication means that when I'm responding to you, I'm looking at you, not looking at the chairs to respond to your question. That is human communication, which means body orientation is important. Yeah, so this is how we have to go back to the basics and then from that, look at the methods that we are using. So I would encourage you to take a video camera. Today we have these smartphones which have video cameras. Go into your own lessons, put that video camera on a tripod, whether you are working in sign language classes or whether you are working in oral language classes, and see how much visual orientation there is. Accessibility means that you have to make that visual orientation more. If you are in that kind of class, I would suggest that even for dyslexic children, you have to use much more visual orientation. That also answers your question.
Thank you so much, ma'am. So basically what we take back is language has to be done and language and communication go hand in hand. Am I right?
Yeah, and unfortunately in deaf education, communication means different things, language means different things in positions 1 and 2.
Yes, chaining is the right word.
Chaining, visual orientation.
Yes. Thank you so much, ma'am. And any more questions?
Thank you for having me here, even though I try and challenge and disrupt.
Hello. Yes, madam, session was कुछ भी adjective हम use कर सकते हैं, mind blowing, insightful, so many things. लेकिन मैं एक छोटा सा एक्सपीरियंस शेयर करना चाहता हूँ मैं इस कॉन्फ्रेंस का। पहला तो क्या है कि कई सारे सेशंस हो रहे थे लेकिन मैं बगल में क्रिकेट मैच हो रहा था, मैं पीछे जाके देख रहा था क्योंकि मुझे वो ज़्यादा इंटरेस्टिंग लग रहा था। आई डोंट नो अबाउट दैट। जब मैं उधर से वापस आ रहा था तो इनके जो हमारे जो टीचर्स कॉन्फ्रेंस अटेंड कर रहे थे वो आपस में बात कर रहे थे, क्या मैं 22 साल का मेरा एक्सपीरियंस है और यही क्या मैं बच्चों की तरह हमें पढ़ाया जा रहा है, यही अटेंड करने के लिए हम आए हैं, राइट? दे वर द चिट चैटिंग अमॉन्ग अस। एक्चुअली क्या है, आई एम नॉट द एक्सपर्ट इन द VI फील्ड, HI फील्ड, लेकिन ये दिखाता है कि जो खासकर जितने भी सेशंस उसमें कई सारे मेथोडोलॉजी स्ट्रेटजीज की बात है, लेकिन एक पर्टिकुलर सेशन था जिसमें कि हम थ्योरेटिकल पर्सपेक्टिव की बात कर रहे हैं, जो कि हमें सोचने पे मजबूर कर रहा है कि क्या विदाउट थ्योरेटिकल पर्सपेक्टिव, विदाउट थ्योरेटिकल बैकग्राउंड, अगर हम कहीं से भी मेथोडोलॉजी को अगर हम कैरी कर रहे हैं, उनसे हम ले रहे हैं, विदाउट थिंकिंग अबाउट द चाइल्ड, विदाउट थिंकिंग अबाउट आवर थ्योरेटिकल बैकग्राउंड, तो हम बच्चे पे अच्छा नहीं करेंगे। ये सभी हम जानते हैं कि एवरी चाइल्ड इज यूनिक, ये बहुत फंडामेंटल है, पोस्टुलेट्स है, लेकिन हम सभी क्या चाहते हैं कि हमको एज ए टीचर हमको एक आसान सा कोई टिप्स मिल जाए, स्ट्रेटजी कीजिए, बेसिक टिप्स। कभी पेरेंट्स को ट्रेनिंग करेंगे तो सर एक टिप्स बता दें हमें कि हम ये चीज को पूरा कर लें। तो टीचर इज नॉट मीट फॉर द टिप्स। आपको टिप्स नहीं चाहिए, स्ट्रेटजीज नहीं चाहिए, आपको थ्योरेटिकल बैकग्राउंड चाहिए, थ्योरेटिकल पर्सपेक्टिव चाहिए, जिससे कि आप अपना खुद के टिप्स और स्ट्रेटजी डेवलप कर सकें। और दिस इज द सेशन जहाँ की हमको एक थ्योरेटिकल पर्सपेक्टिव मिला है, जिससे कि हम चीज़ों को सोचने को मजबूर हैं। जब ये एचआई की बात होती है ना, तो हम उसमें हमेशा क्या करते हैं कि हम उसको फोनोलॉजिकल की बात करते हैं कि उसको हम कैसे कर सकते हैं। और कुछ भी जैसे कभी हमारा डिस्लेक्सिया पे क्लासेस हो रहे हैं, तो उसमें भी क्या था, कई सारे वर्कशीट्स मेथोडोलॉजी की बात है। लेकिन जब भी कभी डिस्लेक्सिया की अगर हम बात करेंगे, तो ऑटम क्लिनिकल अगर अप्रोच हमें नहीं पता है, तो कितने भी हम टिप्स पढ़ ले, कितने भी स्ट्रेटजीज हम पढ़ ले, हम उस बच्चे पे हम जस्टिस नहीं कर पाएंगे। सेम अगर वेबस्टर का अगर फोनोलॉजी को अगर हमने नहीं पढ़ा है, अगर हम नहीं समझते हैं, तो कितने भी ज़्यादा हम टिप्स लेके उनको फोनोलॉजी सिखा ले, हम चीज़ों को नहीं कर सकते। उस तरह लैंग्वेज की बात है, अगर इस सेशन को अगर हमने ढंग से सीख के अगर लैंग्वेज के बारे में अगर हम नहीं पढ़े, तो हम चीज़ों को नहीं कर पाएंगे। थैंक यू मैडम, इट्स वॉज द वेरी इंसाइटफुल। कोई एडजेक्टिव इसको डिफाइन करने के लिए प्रॉपर नहीं है, लेकिन यही है कि टीचर कोई हमारे जो कॉन्फ्रेंस में आए, ये नहीं बोलेंगे कि हमें बच्चों की तरह पढ़ाया जा रहा है 22 साल के एक्सपीरियंस के बाद। दिस इज द टेक ऑफ। थैंक यू।
Thank you so much. Ma'am, please just wait for a minute. Yes, thank you. I request our chairperson, Dr. Ajit Kumar, to please present token of gratitude to ma'am. Thank you so much. I request Shilpi ma'am to please present token of gratitude to our chairperson, Dr. Ajit Kumar. Thank you so much. I request Mrs. Mrudula Devrankar to please present token of gratitude to Shilpi ma'am. Thank you so much to all the dignitaries. लंच ब्रेक जाने से पहले कुछ सूचनाएं हैं। उसी सूचनाओं के लिए मैं स्वाति काटकर जी को मंच पर आमंत्रित करती हूँ।
Hello everyone, I just want to make an announcement regarding state level competitions to be held for the student with hearing loss. जानकीबाई आपटे मुकबधीर विद्यालय अहिल्यानगर येथे 21 जानेवारी 2026 रोजी कलाताई जोशी स्मृती करंडक स्पर्धेचे आयोजन करण्यात आले आहे। ही स्पर्धा कर्णबधिर विद्यार्थ्यांसाठी असणार आहे। स्पर्धेबद्दलची माहिती असलेले पत्रक NCED ग्रुपमध्ये शेअर केले जाईल। सर्व शाळांनी या स्पर्धेसाठी मुलांना भाग घेण्यात प्रोत्साहन द्यावे ही नम्र विनंती। थैंक यू।
सभी पार्टिसिपेंट से अनुरोध है कि कृपया 1-2 मिनट बैठे, हम लंच ब्रेक के लिए तुरंत ही जाएंगे। कृपया 1-2 मिनट बैठे रहे। एक और सूचना है, उन्नति समावेशित शिक्षणाची ये किताब जो है बाहर सेल करने के लिए है। इस पुस्तक को डॉक्टर कुमुद बंसल अवार्ड के यहाँ पे लक्ष्यवेदी पुस्तकाचा पुरस्कार ऐसे मिला है। तो ये पुस्तक जो है आपको बाहर अवेलेबल है। उन्नती समावेशित शिक्षणाची या पुस्तकाच्या कॉपीज बाहेर विक्रीसाठी उपलब्ध आहेत। या पुस्तकाला डॉक्टर कुमुद बन्सल अवॉर्ड तर्फे लक्षवेधी पुस्तकाचा पुरस्कार मिळाला आहे. अजून एक अपर्णा वैद्य म्हणून कोणी पार्टिसिपंट आहेत का? त्यांचं औषध इथे आहे. मी समोर टेक्निकल टीमच्या इथे ठेवत आहे. जर तुमचं औषध असेल तर तुम्ही घेऊ शकता. एंड नाउ वी कैन गो फॉर लंच ब्रेक. सगळेजण सभी लोग 12:45 तक 1:45 तक वापस आ जाए ताकि हम जल्द ही सेशन शुरू कर सके. जिन्होंने पेपर प्रेजेंट किए हैं कल और परसों और जिनका पोस्टर प्रेजेंटेशन था, वो सभी पार्टिसिपेंट्स को अनुरोध है कि सामने साधना मैम बैठे हैं, साधना सप्रे मैम, आप उनसे आपके सर्टिफिकेट्स कलेक्ट करिएगा. और जिनके प्रेजेंटेशंस अभी लंच ब्रेक के बाद होंगे, आपका प्रेजेंटेशन होने के बाद तुरंत ही आप उनसे कलेक्ट कर सकते हैं. नहीं. ओके. और सभी पार्टिसिपेंट्स को एक और सूचना, बाहर सोवेनियर दिए जा रहे हैं, लेकिन हर एक आफ्टरनून साइनिंग के बाद आपको सोवेनियर्स मिलेंगे. हर इंस्टीट्यूट को एक ही सोवेनियर मिलेगा, तो कृपया रजिस्टर करके आप सोवेनियर ले सकते हैं. थैंक यू. और ये किसी का तो चश्मा है, अगर आप जानते हैं तो ले सकते. यस. ओके. और जिन्हें अटेंडेंस सर्टिफिकेट चाहिए वो आफ्टरनून सेशन का सिग्नेचर होने के बाद वहां से कलेक्ट कर सकते हैं. और ये मेडिसिन है, मैं सामने टेक्निकल टीम के पास रख रही हूँ. अगर आप जानते होगे, अपर्णा वैद्य ऐसे नाम है इस पे, तो आप बाद में ले सकते हैं.
हलवू नको जास्त, हलवू नको जास्त. येस. ओके, कर पडलं. चला कर बंद. हे कुठे बोलू तू? एवढं मागे नको झालं म्हणजे नको नको वाईट दिसत नको नको दोन सोडून मागे ठेवून लागतो. बंद करायचं, बंद कर ना. पोस्टरला लाव. बंद करा, बंद कर ना. काय आता खालचं काढायचं ना मला, वरचं गेलं खालचं काढायचं. सांग जरा एक मिनटं. झालं नाही त्यांची कुठलं झालं, वरचं करायचं ना तुला, तू खाली लावलं ना मग वरचं होतं. ओके ओके ठीक आहे. काढ ना जे काय झालंय ते काय. बॅटर पटकन 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 बॅटर मला ते हे ना काढलं काढलं नाही याच्यात काढलं आपण कारण तू लावला ना हे लावून
और शॉप के ऊपर लिखा हुआ है स्टारबक्स को भी हिंदी में मतलब मराठी में लिखा है स्टारबक्स लेकिन वो हिंदी में लिखा है लग रहा है मुझे हिंदी में लिखा है ये कल मैंने वड़ा पाव खाया
करू म्हणजे
Post-lunch session is starting soon. All are requested to come in the auditorium.
Hello everyone. All are requested to please be seated. If your friends or other participants are outside, please call them. Start our session soon so that we can end with the conference earlier. कॉकलिया पुणे टीम के वॉलेंटियर्स या AYJ के स्टूडेंट्स, आप सभी से अनुरोध है कि अगर बाहर कोई पार्टिसिपेंट्स है तो कृपया उन्हें अंदर बुलाएं ताकि हम जल्द से हमारा सेशन शुरू कर सके.
महाराष्ट्र चॅप्टरचं नाही आहे NCED इंडिया तर्फे मिळालेलं ना तुम्हाला ते तुम्ही आता बनवून दिले ना एक्सक्यूज मी मला ना याचं बिल लागेल तुम्ही बिल
ज्येष्ठ इन्व्हेस्ट असते काय प्रश्न त्याच्यापासून भाषा ठेवून बाजूला हे ना फिरवून ठेवतो करेक्ट. आता कसं तुला प्रॉब्लेम नाही ना व्यंकटेश लक्ष
यस
प्रेझेंटेशन हाँ मी तेच
सांगा.
डॉक्टर निगम पांड्या.
अब हम हमारा जो अगला सत्र है वो पेपर प्रेजेंटेशंस होंगे. मैं सिर्फ एक बार पहला प्रेजेंटेशन या स्पीकर है मिस स्वाति काटकर. सेकंड स्पीकर है तृप्ति भावे एंड टीम एंड मिसेस श्वेता देशपांडे. सॉरी. थर्ड प्रेजेंटेशन है जयंत पाठक एंड अदिति अत्रे. कृपया आप आपके प्रेजेंटेशंस के साथ रेडी रहे तो हम कुछ ही देर में हमारा पेपर प्रेजेंटेशन शुरू करेंगे. सभी से अनुरोध है कि अगर आपके कोई दोस्त सहकर्मी अगर बाहर है कृपया उन्हें फोन करके अंदर बुलाएं ताकि हम तुरंत ही हमारा अगला सत्र शुरू कर सके. कोणाच्या हस्ते सांगू हे शिल्पी मॅमना
काढून घ्या
सभी के लिए कुछ सूचनाएं हैं। बाहर रजिस्ट्रेशन काउंटर पे सोवेनियर्स रखे हुए हैं, लेकिन सभी से अनुरोध है कि हर एक इंस्टीट्यूट सिर्फ उनके इंस्टीट्यूट के लिए एक ही सोवेनियर ले, ताकि सबके लिए वो इनफ हो जाए। दूसरा, अगर किसी को अटेंडेंस सर्टिफिकेट चाहिए तो रजिस्ट्रेशन काउंटर पे आप जाके मिल सकते हैं, आपको अटेंडेंस सर्टिफिकेट मिल जाएगा। और एक अगली बहुत महत्वपूर्ण सूचना है, जो लाइफ मेंबर्स अभी नहीं है, अगर उनको लाइफ मेंबरशिप लेनी है एनसीईडी की, तो 30 मार्च तक उसकी फीस है 2000 और 2500। लेकिन अगर आप 1 अप्रैल के बाद रजिस्टर करोगे तो उसकी फ़ी होगी 3000 और 3500। तो अगर आपको लाइफ मेंबरशिप अगर लेनी है तो आप 30 मार्च से पहले लीजिए, ताकि फीस तब कम है। अगर आप 1 अप्रैल से लोगे तो उसकी फीस जो है वो ज़्यादा होगी।
मस्त जोक झाला यांकडे.
और जिनका कल और परसों जिनके पेपर प्रेजेंटेशंस हुए हैं, उनके सर्टिफिकेट्स आप साधना मैम से कलेक्ट कर सकते हो, आगे फर्स्ट रूम में ही बैठे हैं। और जिनका पेपर प्रेजेंटेशन अब होगा, आपका प्रेजेंटेशन होने के बाद आप उनसे कलेक्ट कर सकते हैं। आगे बढ़ते हुए मैं कल जो हमारा पैनल डिस्कशन हुआ, तो मैं मिस शिल्पी मैम से अनुरोध करती हूँ कि वो मंच पर आए, क्योंकि आपने बहुत ही अच्छा कल पैनल डिस्कशन लीड किया, कंडक्ट किया। और मैं साधना मैम जी से अनुरोध करती हूँ कि वे उनको सम्मानित करें। एक बार जोरदार तालियां कल के पैनल डिस्कशन के लिए। थैंक यू सो मच। अगले सूत्र मैं अनुराधा जी को देती हूँ। धन्यवाद।
Very good afternoon and welcome to you all in this post-lunch session. Now get yourself energized for this post-lunch session. Hope everybody is having your पेट भर के lunch. Yes? हां, शेवयाची खीर खाल्ली की नाही सगळ्यांनी? त्याची झापड फक्त डोळ्यावर येऊ देऊ नका आता. Keep your eyes and ears open because we still have 2 interesting sessions. One will be the paper presentation session, and after that we have one interesting again a keynote address. So we are going to start with the paper presentation session. The theme for this paper presentation session is inclusive strategies for learners with diverse educational needs and human library. So for these sessions, I would like to invite Dr. Nigam Pandya, Assistant Professor, Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Open University, Ahmedabad, as our chairperson. Sir, please take your seat on the dais. I request them. And for this session, I would like to invite co-chairperson as Mrudula Devrankar Madam, Principal, Swarnad COCHLEA, Kothrud. Ma'am, please take your seat on the dais. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. So I would like to invite next our first paper presentation, Ms. Swati Katkar. So please come on stage. Big round of applause for the first presentation.
Hello everyone. Yes, yes, I can see. Yes, thank you. एक था छोटा गांव, गांव में था स्कूल, स्कूल में थे बच्चे जिन्हें शिक्षा से लगाव था खूब। पर था एक बच्चा जिसे पढ़ाई में था बहुत रस, पर दोस्तों से बात करते लगता उसे डर। उसे भी खेलना कूदना था सबके साथ, पर पहल करूं मैं कैसे, सोच में पड़ता खूब। क्या लगता है आपको, बच्चा होशियार होने के बावजूद क्यों घुल मिल नहीं हो पा रहा था? क्या आप किसी ऐसे बच्चे से मिले हैं? 3.5 साल पहले जब मैंने गांव में थेरेपी सेंटर शुरू किया तो कई ऐसे बच्चे से मिली। कोई 6, कोई 8, कोई 4 साल का था। किसी के पास हियरिंग एड्स थे पर बंद थे, किसी के पास कॉकलियर इम्प्लांट था लेकिन पहन नहीं रहा था। आपको हर गांव में ऐसे कई बच्चे मिलेंगे जो इंक्लूसिव एजुकेशन में शामिल होने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, पर अतिरिक्त समर्थन नहीं मिलने के कारण इंक्लूजन में शामिल नहीं हो पा रहे हैं। नमस्ते, मेरा नाम स्वाति काटकर, मैं टीचर ऑफ डेफ अहिल्यानगर जिले के सुपा गांव में पिछले 3.5 सालों से कर्णबधिर बच्चों के साथ काम कर रही हूँ। आज की मेरी प्रस्तुति का विषय है समावेशी शिक्षा को बढ़ावा देना। समावेशी शिक्षा का अर्थ क्या है? एक ऐसा वातावरण जहाँ हर छात्र, चाहे उसकी क्षमता या पृष्ठभूमि कुछ भी हो, स्वागत महसूस करे। नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज। पहले हम ब्रेन में सीखने की प्रक्रिया कैसे होती है नेक्स्ट ये समझेंगे। इस आकृति में किसी व्यक्ति के सीखने के दौरान मस्तिष्क की गतिविधियां कैसी होती है दिखाया गया है। सीखना एक शारीरिक प्रक्रिया है। सीखने के बारे में कई गलत धारणाएं हैं, जैसे कि मस्तिष्क सिर्फ 10% ही इस्तेमाल होता है। मस्तिष्क का लचीलापन होता है जो उम्र के साथ खत्म होता है। आइए हम मस्तिष्क के कार्य को और अच्छे से समझें। नेक्स्ट स्लाइड। जब हम शिक्षक विद्यार्थियों के प्रति हाई एक्सपेक्टेशन रखते हैं, उनको सपोर्ट करते हैं, तो उनसे बेहतरीन परफॉर्मेंस पा सकते हैं। विकसनशील मानसिकता यानी ग्रोथ माइंडसेट पर कैसे काम करें? सच देखा जाए तो फिक्स माइंडसेट और ग्रोथ माइंडसेट ये 2 माइंडसेट होते हैं। क्लासरूम में ग्रोथ माइंडसेट का विकास करने के लिए नीचे दिए गए 4 डोमेन्स का उपयोग कर सकते हैं: एफर्ट्स, चैलेंजेस, मिस्टेक्स, फीडबैक। मैंने विद्यार्थियों को सिखाने के लिए ग्रोथ माइंडसेट का उपयोग किया और उनसे बेहतरीन परफॉर्मेंस पाया। नेक्स्ट स्लाइड। विकासशील मानसिकता का विकास करने का और एक तरीका शक्ति आधारित दृष्टिकोण, यानी हमें लोगों को उनकी ताकत के हिसाब से देखना है। हम ऐसा कैसे कर सकते हैं? हमें विद्यार्थियों के व्यक्तिगत क्षमताओं को पहचान कर उन्हें विकास के आधार के रूप में उपयोग करके तथा चुनौतियों वाले क्षेत्रों को मजबूत करके ऐसा कर सकते हैं। इससे विद्यार्थी अपनी पूरी क्षमता के अनुरूप प्रदर्शन करेगा तथा विद्यार्थी के सीखने के लिए पूरक वातावरण उपलब्ध होगा। आप देख सकते हैं हमारे ग्रुप सेशन की शुरुआत विद्यार्थियों के साथ हाई फाई, हेलो या गले मिलकर होती है। परीक्षा हो या होम प्रोग्राम चेक करना हो, विद्यार्थियों को स्माइली या स्टार देकर सहारा जाता है। हमारे क्लासरूम में सही या गलत को कोई जगह नहीं है। पालकों को घर की पढ़ाई पूरी करने के लिए विद्यार्थियों के पीछे नहीं पड़ना पड़ता, क्योंकि स्माइली और स्टार्स पाने के लिए वे अपना काम पूरा करते हैं। विद्यार्थियों में आत्मविश्वास, सकारात्मकता बढ़ाने के लिए उनके क्षमताओं का दृढ़ीकरण करना चाहिए और इसके लिए एक हाई फाई या 10-5 भी बस हो जाता है। नेक्स्ट स्लाइड। अब तक हमने विद्यार्थी के साथ विकासशील मानसिकता तथा शक्ति आधारित दृष्टिकोण का उपयोग करके सीखने के लिए पूरक वातावरण कैसे बनाए ये समझा। लेकिन अब मैं बहुत ही गंभीर विषय पर चर्चा करने जा रही हूँ। भारत में अभी भी न्यूबॉर्न स्क्रीनिंग का मापदंड नहीं है। आज भी लेट इंटरवेंशन हो रहा है। हमारे पास 2, 3, 4 साल के बच्चे आ रहे हैं, लेकिन फिर भी कुछ बच्चे हैं जो लेट आ रहे हैं। लेट इंटरवेंशन के कारण वे कई चुनौतियां, जैसे कि शैक्षिक पिछड़ापन, भाषा की कमी, सामाजिक अलगाव, इनका सामना कर रहे हैं। नेक्स्ट स्लाइड। स्वर सेंटर के लेट इंटरवेंशन हुए विद्यार्थी जिला परिषद स्कूलों में शिक्षा ले रहे हैं। असेसमेंट में देखा गया कि उनकी उम्र तथा करंट लेवल ऑफ फंक्शनिंग में काफी गैप होने की वजह से बच्चों को शिक्षा लेने में दिक्कत आ रही है। 6 विद्यार्थियों का चयन किया गया तथा 3 चरणों में असेसमेंट किया गया। असेसमेंट करने के लिए इंटीग्रेटेड स्केल ऑफ डेवलपमेंट नामक टेस्ट का उपयोग किया गया तथा शैक्षणिक मूल्यांकन करने के लिए विद्यार्थियों के परीक्षा परिणाम का प्रयोग किया गया। पहले तथा दूसरे क्वार्टर में विद्यार्थी सिर्फ 1-to-1 सेशन अटेंड कर रहे थे और आखिरी क्वार्टर में इनके साथ 1-to-1 सेशन तथा ग्रुप सेशन भी शुरू किए गए। नेक्स्ट, जैसे कि आप देख सकते हैं, चाइल्ड ए का 5 डोमेन्स में परीक्षण किया गया: ऑडिशन, रिसेप्टिव लैंग्वेज, एक्सप्रेसिव लैंग्वेज, स्पीच एंड एकेडमिक्स। चाइल्ड ए का सुनने का विकास पहले क्वार्टर में 25 महीनों का था, जो दूसरे क्वार्टर में बढ़कर 30 महीनों से करीब गया। आखिरी क्वार्टर में वह 35 महीनों का हुआ। इसी प्रकार बाकी डोमेन्स में भी प्रगति आप देख सकते हैं। नेक्स्ट स्लाइड, नेक्स्ट स्लाइड। ग्रुप सेशन के बारे में पालकों की कुछ प्रतिक्रिया है जो मैं आपको दिखाना चाहती हूँ। स्लाइड नंबर 10 प्लीज। स्लाइड नंबर 10, यस। सो यहाँ पे लिखा है उन्होंने, जैसे कि लिखा है कि बच्चे बहुत अच्छा कर रहे हैं। उन्होंने लिखा है शौर्यला ग्रुप सेशन ल्यायला खूप आनंद होतो. ग्रुप सेशनचा जो अभ्यास है तो खूप आनंदाने करतो. इट मीन्स शौर्य को बहुत अच्छा लगता है ग्रुप सेशन अटेंड करना और सेशन में आने के लिए बहुत उत्सुक होता है. नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज. अभी हमने देखा कि समाज में जागरूकता निर्माण करने के लिए श्रवण बाधित बच्चों का निदान तथा हस्तक्षेपण जल्द से जल्द हो रहा है और वह बच्चे समावेशी शिक्षा के लिए तैयार हो रहे हैं. आप एक्चुअली ये सब करने के लिए मैंने क्या किया है, मैंने सोशल अवेयरनेस बढ़ाने के लिए मैंने कई कैंप्स रखने की मैंने कोशिश की है. अब तक मैंने 100 रेगुलर टीचर्स को और 70 आंगनवाड़ी सेविका के साथ काम किया है और मैंने उनको इंक्लूसिव एजुकेशन, अर्ली इंटरवेंशन का महत्व तथा अनुमान स्क्रीनिंग टूल इनके बारे में ज्ञान बताने की कोशिश की है. स्लाइड प्लीज. तो आप देख सकते हैं यहाँ CRE प्रोग्राम में अर्ली इंटरवेंशन और अर्ली आइडेंटिफिकेशन के बारे में बात हो रही है. यह स्पेशल एजुकेटर से सारे. नेक्स्ट स्लाइड. यहाँ पे आप देख सकते हैं आंगनवाड़ी एक गांव है हमारे पास, मेरे घर के पास में 4 किलोमीटर पे, जहाँ पे आंगनवाड़ी का प्रोग्राम था, राष्ट्रीय बाल पोषण माह, और उसमें मुझे बुलाया गया था. तभी मैंने उनको मार्गदर्शन किया था हमारे स्पेशल एजुकेशन के बारे में, अर्ली इंटरवेंशन के बारे में. नेक्स्ट स्लाइड. ये एक स्कूल है हमारे जिले में, तालुका पारनेर है, जहाँ सबसे बड़ी स्कूल है न्यू इंग्लिश स्कूल, जहाँ पे मुझे डिसेबिलिटी डे के लिए बुलाया गया था और मुझे यहाँ पे मौका मिला था मैं रेगुलर टीचर से बात करूँ और उनको हमारे अर्ली इंटरवेंशन, अर्ली आइडेंटिफिकेशन, अनुमान स्क्रीनिंग टूल के बारे में बताऊँ. नेक्स्ट स्लाइड. यहाँ पे ये गुरुदेव करके एक प्राइवेट स्कूल है. तो ऐसे कई प्राइवेट स्कूल है जहाँ पे मैं गई हूँ और मैंने अर्ली इंटरवेंशन, आइडेंटिफिकेशन, इंक्लूजन के बारे में बात की है और मैं ये काम करने में मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगता है. नेक्स्ट स्लाइड. ये गुरुदेव स्कूल है. नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज. सो इसका परिणाम मैं आपको बताना चाहती हूँ. इसका परिणाम ये हुआ कि समाज में अभी जागरूकता आई है और जो बच्चे लेट आ रहे थे, अभी ये बच्चों जो आप देख रहे हैं इस साइड में सबसे छोटा बच्चा है, वो 17 महीने का है, बायलैटरल इम्प्लांटी है. और ऐसे अभी छोटे छोटे बच्चे सेंटर में आने लगे हैं और जो लेट इंटरवेंशन हो रहा था वो तो उसके लिए भी काम हो रहा है और साथ ही साथ हमारे पास ये छोटे बच्चे आने के लिए जो इंक्लूजन का काम है वो बहुत आसान हो रहा है. थैंक यू वेरी मच. नेक्स्ट स्लाइड. नेक्स्ट स्लाइड. ये मेरा ये कुछ अखबार है जहाँ पे बताया गया है. और नेक्स्ट स्लाइड. ये मेरा सेंटर है. थैंक यू.
Thank you very much. The next presentation is by Miss Shweta Deshpande and Trupti Bhave.
Good morning, everyone. This is Trupti Bhave from Bharati Vidyapit School of Audiology and Speech Language Pathology. I'm working as a special educator and auditory verbal therapist. As well, no intervention options for children with congenital hearing loss are the cochlear implants and hearing aids, where the hearing aids provides a limited benefit to the children with congenital hearing loss. So the cochlear implant becomes a proven care of treatment for these children. For that, regular follow-up for auditory verbal therapy is very crucial. The parents' perception and on the educational placement and academic performance of children using cochlear implants is not extensively studied. So the title of my study is to explore the educational placement of the children using cochlear implants and parental view on their child's academic performance. So we've used the retrospective study and purposive sampling. Parents of 94 children who underwent cochlear implant surgery and await post-implant rehabilitation at our institute were included. Ethical approval from the Institutional Ethics Committee, DVDU SSLP, was taken. For that, we did this study in 2 phases. Structured questionnaire in English was developed with comprising 26 questions. Then content validation was done by the experts in the field who have experience of more than 10 years of in the field. 23 questions were finalized following 3 domains. First is device usage, which had 2 questions. Current educational placement, which had 11 questions, and academic performance, which had 10 questions. In phase 2, administration of the questionnaire was done. Parents of 94 children using cochlear implants were included. Informed consent was taken. Questionnaire administered via interview setup, and then data tabulated and analyzed descriptively in terms of frequency bars and tables. Coming to the results of the study, results of the demographic, 94 parents of 67, 94 parents of 64, 94 parents out of 60, out of 67 parents responded, and the mean age of the children was 10 years. Then coming to the demographics of the children, chronological age of the children at the time of implant was maximum children were implanted at or more than 3 years of implant age. Implant age of the children, if we see at the time of the study, there was a varied distribution, as you can see here, in the implant age, but maximum children were implanted at the age of 4. Maximum children's implant age was around 4 years to 7 years. Coming on to the hearing device usage, maximum children were unilateral CI users, and they used the device for more than 8 hours. Maximum children used the device for 8 hours, more than 8 hours. Maximum children used auditory and spoken language at home. And the next slide. Coming on to the results section of the educational placement. As we can see here, the current school placement, about 74 of the children were attending mainstream school that we found in our study. 74 children were attending mainstream school, with the rest distributed between the integrated and the special schools, and some in open school for secondary education. Majority of them were Marathi medium. They were studying in Marathi medium, followed by semi-English, English, Hindi, and very few in Urdu medium. And with respect to educational stage, most children across all types of school placements are at the primary level, especially those in mainstream schools, which with fewer at the secondary level. And the last graph shows here about the school placement. Most children from the mainstream school had experienced the change in their school. Now coming on to the results section of the academic performance of these children, we can see that the majority of the parents rated their children's overall academic performance as average, followed by above average. Whereas with respect to subjects, we found that the mathematical skills were rated as above average by most of the parents. With respect to reading comprehension and writing skills, most of the parents rated their child's performance as average. So coming on to the discussion of this study, majority of the children using CI were enrolled in the mainstream education, remaining children attending integrated or special school setup. Findings of this study also align with the research studies done in previous, which says that the children implanted before age 5 show a continuum of educational placement with a balanced distribution between the mainstream and special school settings. With the better auditory access, parents now have the higher expectations regarding the spoken language communication and also So here we see that the 29 of total children had their school placement change, and 17 out of those 17 were from the mainstream school, And the reasons, maybe the change in school was not set up change. It was some children were having mainstream to mainstream change, some children were having mainstream to even special school. So that was the result findings. And the main reasons for that school change was travel constraint, relocation, in some cases academic difficulties, and also teachers or therapist recommendations. So previous studies also states that the mainstream placement is linked to younger age of implantation, while older implantation increases the likelihood of change in the educational setup. So most of the parents with CI, parents of children with CI in mainstream school rated their child's overall academic performance as average to above average. In integrated and special school, the parents' responses varied. With some parents were unaware of their child's academic performance also. Study done by Panch et al. Says that the parents and teachers felt there is a limited awareness that CI does not fix the deafness, and that the children still need the ongoing support and school accommodations. So coming on to the conclusion of this study, majority of the children using CIs attended mainstream school, and the parents rated their academic performance as average or above average. Maths subject being very easy to understand, to cope with, and languages being difficult to understand. The if we look at the limitations of our study, this was the preliminary study with the average age of children around 10 years with a primary level of education, and the average implant age of the children was around 4 years to 7 years. So I think this perspective can change. The parents' perspective may change when they go to the secondary level of education. Here we have got the average or above average level of responses from the parents. Also, in future, I think the need of the study the studies can be done with the factors that contributes the decision regarding the school placement can be studied. Comparison of the academic performance of the children perceived by the parents can be compared with the teacher's perspective, and correlation of the mode of communication used at home with the educational placement and academic performance can be studied. Thank you, everyone. I thank NCD, and I thank my BVD USSLP team and faculty there.
Thank you so much. The next presentation is by Jayant Pathak and Aditi Atri. Question answer session will be after these sessions. All the three speakers, they will have to come here for the question answer session then.
With the permission of the jury, we begin. The title of our study is A Study of Effectiveness of Digital Material which is developed for the foundational literacy and numeracy for the deaf children to develop their skills. Proficiency in reading and understanding numeracy is the most important concern. The study said that it's a structured program. It is an impact study of digital content. The study measured the learning outcomes of the foundational numeracy and literacy of deaf and hearing handicapped children, which we are listening for last 2 days that the outcome is very important. Next slide, introduction. Study focuses on holistic and multidisciplinary approach. It also focuses the cross-disciplinary approach. Foundational literacy and numeracy is given importance in this study and uses the resources very effectively. The objective, next slide please, to study the measure the learning outcomes of the foundational literacy and numeracy of the deaf and hearing handicapped children. Next, outreach of the program is totally activity based. It shows and uses hands-on experiences, uses visual aids and real life events. Students' engagement is very important. It also gives importance to comprehension, retention, and knowledge, as well as application of what they have learned. And it focuses on foundational literacy and numeracy, as I said earlier. The highlights of NEP we all know, so it is just in front of you. And I hand over to Pathak sir for the next slide. That is the digital material which is developed. Sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. Digital material is a combined material for physical and digital material. The key features of the program and the material use is develops literacy and numeracy skills for hearing impaired children, targets Marathi medium students from class 1 to 5, uses videos for Marathi and mathematics subjects. Up to this, we can see that there is a digital medium or videos. After these, all four issues are from physical materials, which includes songs, story videos, provides activity related activity with physical material, seeing videos, and offers games via educational tool Savangadi Peti. I will show one slide of Savangadi Peti afterwards. Contains worksheets for practice. This is also for physical material. Next slide, please. This program is known as Anandi Shikshan, that is joyful learning. The program was started in the academic year 2022. 6 hours per week are decided to related activities. Focus has been on, of course, FLN, 6 schools involved, and 307 children were enrolled. But assessment and evaluation were performed on 266 children because children with complex needs were excluded, and also some compliance was not there from teachers. Some students give pre-test, but they were absent for post-test like that. The study was focused only on 184 students studying in standard 1st to 5th. Next slide, please. There was teachers training program. The purposes of teachers training was to know the role behind the video clips and the issues those are expected to be discussed with the students while watching the digital content on video. The digital content was on concept level for Marathi language and mathematics. To provide activity-based learning to students with physical material, to create an experiential learning, and with the physical material Savangadi Peti, to conduct pre-test, post-test with ISL facility, and to evaluate the outcomes of the students. Next slide, please. There are processes like for curriculum development. There were 25 lessons for mathematics and 25 lessons for language Marathi, developed by experts and facilitators, included teacher manual and multimedia videos with ISL, featured worksheets, songs, stories, hands-on activities based on language and mathematics concepts, created games using the Savangadi box, implemented a 3-tier system, experts, facilitators, and developers. Coordinators manage activities across all groups. Subject experts prepared informal, non-standardized tests. The whole data can be uploaded by coordinators by Happy Teacher app, which was developed by the Jnana Prabodhini Institute and the Educational Resource Center of Jnana Prabodhini. Next slide, please. So we can see the pre-test and post-test results. The question paper was containing 4 questions, each question carrying 5 sub-questions. So there were total 20 questions. We can say that the test was of 20 marks. We can see in language test, pre-test and post-test, the score changes. We will see in graph. Firstly, we can see the table for mathematics also. Next slide, please. Here we can see that the question attempted by the students for pre-test and post-test, number of questions for language, next, number of questions for mathematics, the number of questions attempted and were right or corrected. We can see in next slide, this line graph shows percentage of students who gave correct answer for the particular question. Line 1 is pre-test and line 2 is for post-test. This is for language. Next slide is for mathematics. Next slide, please. So this slide shows the t-value and rho correlation coefficient values for first standard, pre and post test. Each slide contains both Marathi and mathematics subjects. For standard second, next please. This shows for standard third and standard fourth. Next please. This is for standard fifth. From these tables and graphs, we can discuss the post-test scores are on average higher than the pre-test score. The pre-test and post-test scores show the improvement in linguistic and numerical development. The results indicate a measurable and statistically significant improvement in students' learning outcomes and skill acquisition after the program has been administered. Learning gain, students demonstrated an increase in knowledge, skills, and understanding of the subject matter after intervention. Intervention effectiveness, the program implemented is considered effective in enhancing student achievement. Statistical significance, the observed difference between pre-test, post-test is real and paired t-test. Meeting objectives, the educational intervention successfully met its intended objectives of improving students' performance of FLN. So findings are improvement has seen in both language and mathematics throughout all 5 grades. The students perform steadily in all 5 grades in literacy and numeracy skills. A structured program is an effective tool. Thank you. Thank you for NCED members and all audience.
Thank you. I thank NCED for giving me this opportunity. This is the 3rd consecutive year that my paper has been selected. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I request all the presenters of this session to please come on stage for the question answer session.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Can you? All presentations were very useful, informational. I just would like to just answer question Swati ma'am. What was the parental participation into this?
Very active. Can all you hear me? Very active participation. Actually, I can say they are the partner in this process.
Hello.
Pathak sir, you have done excellent study, but you have mentioned deaf and hard of hearing, also hearing impairment. So did you consider the speech impairment candidates as a subject for finding numerical skills? This is number one question. And another, Bhave madam, that mathematical skills, how did you find mathematical skills? Did you consider any scales? This is my
Pathak sir, I also have a question. Sir, your topic was on digital. Too many things in the hand. Yeah, that's okay, ma'am. So, sir, your topic was very unique, but I was expecting some more elaboration on that key term which you had used, digital. That's a very new term. So I was so that we can gather some ideas, because you just showed a picture where children are painting and some pre-test, post-test scores what they fetched. So can you just elaborate what was it and how did you develop it? How is it different from the physical and the digital thing? Yeah, thank you. But sir, I congratulate you, and your enthusiasm is really good. So thank you.
Hello. Sir, I'll answer your question first.
Yes, sir. Sir's question. Yes, sir, you can. Yes, sir, please, sir, you can answer to sir's question first.
Sir, the program was started in 2022. At that time, we were thinking about hearing impairment. And now in 4 hours, we have shifted our focus to DHH and deaf students now. So we have started the thought of hearing impairment first, but now we have shifted for profound deaf students. The schools, special schools are for hard of hearing students. Physical and digital combined material is used for this. Digital material like videos with sign language included, we have used for learning. While learning on videos, there are some activities based on physical material we have used. For 3 hours, language classes are there, and for 3 hours, mathematics in every week. There are 25 lessons for mathematics on concept and 25 lessons on language, Marathi. So we are going to use now digital platform also, like AI. But up to 2024, we have used mixed material, physical and digital. That is why it is physical.
Sir, thank you, sir.
Content for each video. So it is specially written with signages and it is available on Jnana Prabodhini's ERC.
So, sir, ma'am, the videos were developed by you both or your team?
It's a team, as sir said.
Okay.
The coordinator and everything.
Okay, thank you.
There is YouTube channel ERCJPP. You can see the videos of language and mathematics only.
Hello, sir. As this was a perspective study, like looking at the perspective of the parents, we have not really used some standardized scale, but we developed a scale which was validated by the experts in the field, and it was containing the content which was according to the educational level of the children.
कोई और कुछ पूछना चाहते हैं? थैंक यू। तीनों ही प्रेजेंटेशंस बहुत ही अच्छे रहे मेरे हिसाब से, क्योंकि तीनों ही अपने क्षेत्र में अलग काम कर रहे हैं। कोई अवेयरनेस के लिए कर रहा है, कोई कॉकलेब के लिए, मतलब टेक्नोलॉजी के लिए कर रहे हैं, और एक जो है प्योर एजुकेशन के लिए जा रहा है। मेरी तरफ से इन तीनों को बहुत साधुवाद और धन्यवाद। मैं चाहता हूं कि जैसे मैडम ने बताया कि 3 सालों से कर रहे हैं, तो अब मैं चाहता हूं कि और नए लोग भी इसमें जुड़ें, और जो पीछे बैठ के सोच रहे हैं वो सोचे नहीं, लेकिन इसको यहाँ पे इम्प्लीमेंट करें और हमारे साथ जुड़े। फिर से धन्यवाद।
Thank you all presenters. Now I request Mrudula ma'am to offer a token of appreciation to our chairperson, Dr. Nigam Pandya sir. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Now I request Kavita ma'am to present a token of gratitude to our co-chair madam, Mrudula Devarankar madam. Big round of applause, please. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, ma'am, for giving your valuable time. Before moving to the next session, we are still having some announcements. I hand over the mic to Nisha.
थैंक यू सो मच। वापस कुछ सूचनाएं जो लंच ब्रेक के बाद जो उपस्थित नहीं थे उनके लिए वापस सोवेनियर रजिस्ट्रेशन काउंटर पे रखे गए हैं। हर इंस्टीट्यूट को सिर्फ एक ही सोवेनियर मिलेगा, तो कृपया सिग्नेचर करके आप सोवेनियर ले सकते हैं। और जिन पार्टिसिपेंट्स को अटेंडेंस सर्टिफिकेट चाहिए वो भी आपको रजिस्ट्रेशन काउंटर पे मिल जाएंगे। और एक काफ़ी इम्पॉर्टेंट अनाउंसमेंट, जो एनसीडी के लाइफ मेंबर्स नहीं हैं, अगर उनको लाइफ मेंबरशिप लेनी है तो 30 मार्च तक इसकी फ़ी रहेगी 2000 और 2500। लेकिन अगर आप 1 अप्रैल के बाद रजिस्टर करोगे लाइफ मेंबरशिप के लिए तो उसकी फ़ीस रहेगी 3000 और 3500। तो जितने जल्दी हो सके आप उतने जल्दी रजिस्ट्रेशन कर सकते हैं। अगर आप आज अभी करना चाहते हैं तो शीतल सावंत जी यहाँ पे उपस्थित है, आप उनके पास जाके रजिस्ट्रेशन कर सकते हैं। और एक जिनका पेपर प्रेजेंटेशन हो चुका है वो प्रेजेंटर्स साधना मैम के पास जाके अपने सर्टिफिकेट्स ले सकते हैं। अटेंडेंस के बारे में एक और सूचना, राहुल सोनटक के अगर यहाँ पे उपस्थित है तो आपकी कौन से तो एक दिन की सिग्नेचर बची हुई है, तो कृपया रजिस्ट्रेशन काउंटर पे जाके सिग्नेचर कर ले। और जिन लोगों का आफ्टरनून सेशन का सिग्नेचर बचा हुआ है, जिन्होंने नहीं किया है, कृपया बीच में जब ब्रेक होगा तब जाकर तुरंत करके आए ताकि हम आगे कार्यक्रम की शुरुआत कर सके। धन्यवाद।
Thank you, Nisha. Moving towards our next interesting keynote address. The next keynote address is on Human Library, Inclusive Schools for Divyanchan. For this session, I would like to invite Dr. Gayatri Ahuja, Reader, HOD, Education Department, AYJNISHD, Mumbai, as the chairperson of this session. Ma'am, please. I would like to request you to take your seat on the dais. Okay. We are having co-chairperson as Nandakishore Sahu, Indian Sign Language Master Trainer, AYJNISHD Janla. I request Nandakishore Sahu to please come on dais. Yes. Okay. There is one announcement for all of you.
Namaste and a very good afternoon to one and all. Now we have an online address by Chief Commissioner of Persons with Disabilities, Government of India, addressing the whole audience. Within 2 or 3 minutes, he will join. Okay, thank you. After that, we will have Sunil sir's session.
Sunil, hello? Sorry. Am I audible? So sorry. सुनील सर के प्रेजेंटेशन के बाद फीडबैक लिंक आपको ग्रुप पे शेयर की जाएगी, तो वो फीडबैक सब लोग दीजिए, ऐसा अनुरोध करती हूँ मैं, और ऑनेस्ट फीडबैक दीजिए ताकि एनसीईडी और दूसरे स्टेट चैप्टर वो अगले साल अगले कॉन्फ्रेंस में इम्प्लीमेंट कर सकते हैं। और जितना ऑनेस्ट और फ्री आपका फीडबैक होगा उतना हम कमिटी मेंबर्स के लिए काफ़ी अच्छा होगा। थैंक यू। We are starting in a minute.
Yeah, please, please, sir. Good afternoon, one and all. It's my privilege to introduce Canadian American uh, sir is looking after of the commitment and the office is primarily responsible for safeguarding the rights of disability and ensuring effective implementation of the rights of under the third leadership, the Office of NCED has played a pivotal role in strengthening grievance redressal mechanism, promoting accessibility
and ensuring
ensuring
institutional accountability,
accountability,
thereby
thereby
advancing a right-based
right-based
and
and
dignity-centered
dignity-centered
approach for
approach for
Divyangjan.
Divyangjan.
I think
I
with
think with
such
such
initiative,
initiative,
ACT has also
has
been
also been
launched to
launched to
file
file
grievances
grievances
in the
in the
Office of
Office of
Commissioner of
Commissioner of
Persons with
Persons with
Disabilities.
Disabilities.
His work
His work
reflects a
reflects
deep
a deep
commitment to
commitment
constitutional
to
values,
constitutional values,
inclusive
inclusive
governance, and
governance,
social
and
justice.
social justice.
The presence
The
of
presence of
Sir
Sir
S. Govind
S.
Raj
Govind
sir
Raj sir
at the
at the
NCD
NCD
International
International
Conference
Conference
2026
2026
adds
adds
immense
immense
legal,
legal
policy,
policy
and
and
moral
moral
significance to our
significance to
deliberation
our deliberation
on inclusive
on inclusive
education
education,
through disability
disability
perspective and
perspective
research.
and research.
I
I
now
now
respectfully
respectfully
request
request
Sir
Sir
to
to
kindly
kindly
address the
address
gathering
the
and
gathering
share a
and
few
share
words with
few
us.
words with us.
We are honored to
We are
have
honored to have
him with us
him with
and
us
sincerely
and
thank
sincerely
you,
thank
sir,
you,
for
sir,
your
for your
guidance
guidance
and
and
continued
continued
support
support
to the
to the
disability sector.
disability sector.
Over to you,
Over
sir.
to you. Thank you so much, sir. And I take this opportunity as my honor to address you all on an important aspect, that is inclusive education, which is primarily understood as a base for everyone's development, right? To begin with, education is understood as a foundation for everybody's life to project and get promoted. And as we all aware, uh, this field, our field, has experienced several transformations from special education to integrated education. Now attracted towards inclusive education. But we have seen and experienced several uh, good values in all these three aspects. Actually, in my point of view, we need not compare which is best because it has played a vital role and produced good results according to its time and the situation to the Divyang community. Inclusive education could be a stronger version with better facilities, with the support of technology and several other developments due to scientific development and research. But Disabilities, it is found to be not successful to the extent what we expect or what we aim at because of the lack of resource, lack of technical support or technological knowledge to the trainers, special educators or the related stakeholders. So it is a high time to have such a conference. What it is happening today, inclusive education, uh, as inclusive education, which needs a research and development, which needs a critical analysis towards its implementation and promotion. RPDL 2016 strongly insists upon the special education towards section 16, 17, and then also it also effectively states about the facilitation that every school needs to adapt to provide a proper service or prompt service to the children with the special needs. But the hard fact, what we find is 90% of the institutions who do admit the special children do not possess that, number one. And 90% of the general schools do not admit the children with the special needs or children with disability. Why? The reason is they do not want to strain, they do not want to have extra load to empower this vulnerable community. The institutes, out of my experience, I should share one or two cases without mentioning the parties. Very renowned international school who has admitted a child till 9th standard, but didn't want to promote the child to 10th standard because of their result oriented aspects. Till then, they were conscious about the number of admissions and the fees, but when they reach the prominent grade, that is 10th, they were bothered about their status or their results. This is the situation in our society. And in another case, school is so benevolent, but parents do not cooperate and always find fault with the school management, which tries to accommodate the child and provide a decent and reasonable accommodation. See, both the sides we have. These are these are in existence because of lack of sensitivity, right? For the both the sides, how to accommodate, how to collaborate, how to be cooperative needs to be sensitized for both the parties, both the ends. And having understood the inclusive education is a great goal, we have started discouraging the special schools or integrated system. That is yet another loss for this community, I feel, because the special education is an essential like home schooling to this children with disabilities. We should entertain at least till the primary education, and where we need to establish or train the parents and children and teachers how to adapt the technology and advancements in their future education system. And as the NEP 2020 insists upon the mother tongue education in the primary education, for this community, PWD community, the special education could be the motherly touch or home schooling aspect to have a strong foundation. So that doesn't mean we should go to the primitive method. We need to collaborate, we need to um, imbibe the inclusive aspect in the special school where the children would feel accustomed when they go for the higher education in an inclusive aspect. So, high time to understand that all PWDs needs to go for computer literacy and the virtual artificial, using the artificial intelligence, right, for a better educating system. So I congratulate the organizers for conducting such a sensible and uh, on a noble cause. This conference is constructed and conducted. So I shall thank every one of you for inviting me and gave me the opportunity to address you all. I assure that Office of CCPD is always with everyone, not only in the aspect of grievance redressal, in the implementation of RPD Act, and on the research and development towards the betterment of the PWD's life with a quality and great dignity. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
I don't like बनलंय काय तोरण काढणार कुलूप लावलेलं श्री हरी.
So now, moving towards our next keynote address. Next keynote address is on Human Library, Inclusive Schools for Divyanjan. For this, I invite Chairperson as Dr. Gayatri Ahuja, Reader, HOD Education Department, AYJNISD, Mumbai. Ma'am, please take your seat on the dais.
Hello.
As a co-chair, I request Nandakishore Sahu, Indian Sign Language Master Trainer, AYJNISD, Janla. I request Nandakishore Sahu to please come on stage. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. For this session, we are having a very eminent personality with us, Mr. Sunil Sahasrabuddhe, Research Scholar, AYJNISD, Mumbai. The topic of the, as I have said earlier, it is Human Library Inclusive Schools for the Evangeline. It's my great privilege to introduce our today's keynote speaker. Mr. Sunil Sahasrabuddhe is a well-known deaf role model for a deaf community in India. He has multiple academic degrees under his belt, which includes B.Ed HI, M.Ed HI, and MA by research from a university, the United Kingdom. At present, he is doing a PhD in special education from University of Mumbai. He has made valuable contribution to the field of sign language and deaf education in the last 20 years. He has worked in multiple roles as English language teacher, master trainer for Indian sign language teachers and interpreters. He has provided sign language training to famous film actors as well. Now, he offers sign language and deaf education related consultancy to many business organizations as well as NGOs through his partnership company, Signex, of which he is the founder and CEO. He occupies various honorary positions. He is the first elected Deaf President of All India Federation of Deaf, New Delhi, the apex body which is affiliated to the World Federation of the Deaf. He is also the Vice President of Indian Sign Language Entrepreneurs Association, advisor to Indian Sign Language Teachers Association. It's my great privilege to introduce our sir. I would like to request Sunil Sahasrabuddhe sir to please come on dais and honor with their words and keynote address. Sir, please. Big round of applause.
I would be signing, yeah. I hope आप सब सो नहीं गए हो. मेरे पास कितना टाइम है बोलने के लिए?
30 minutes. 30 minutes, sir.
हाँ, तो मुझे अगर टाइम पता होगा, नहीं तो मैं बोलता ही रहूंगा. आप बोर हो जाओगे फिर. तो knowing my time is important and आपको घर भी जाना है. Human library. वो क्या होता है? Human library क्या होता है? एक नया कॉन्सेप्ट है और हमें ये करना है. उसमें मुझे प्रेजेंटेशन देना है. ह्यूमन लाइब्रेरी में बात करनी है. तो मैंने एआई से पूछा कि व्हाट इज ह्यूमन लाइब्रेरी. ओ दैट मीन्स हेलो 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 ओके. तो मैंने गूगल पे एआई पे जाके देखा कि व्हाट इज ह्यूमन लाइब्रेरी. और ये इसका मतलब है कि ये एक इंटरेक्शन होगा. आप सब मुझे सवाल पूछ सकते हो, मैं उसका ऑनेस्ट आंसर दूंगा. बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग था ये. 2026 चल रहा है. ये मैंने नया कॉन्सेप्ट सीखा ह्यूमन लाइब्रेरी के बारे में. लेकिन जब 2008 में जब मैं यूके गया था पढ़ाई के लिए, मैंने वहां से एमए किया, तो देयर समथिंग हैपेंड जो मैं कभी नहीं भूल पाया. दैट इज व्हाट आई वांटेड टू शेयर विद यू ऑल. नेक्स्ट. I am the banana. There's a story. I am the banana. मैं बताता हूँ आपको ये स्टोरी. आई रिमेम्बर जब यूके में गया था, वहां पे यूनिवर्सिटी, यूक्लैंड यूनिवर्सिटी, वहां पे मैं पढ़ाई कर रहा था एमए की. और वहां पे और एक सेंटर था जहां पे क्लासेस थे, बीए के क्लासेस चल रहे थे. वो बच्चे बीएसएल पढ़ रहे थे. हेलो ओके, ब्रिटिश साइन लैंग्वेज BSL के क्लासेस चल रहे थे। एक बार क्या हुआ था, वहां पे ऐसे सारे स्टूडेंट्स बैठे हुए थे, हियरिंग स्टूडेंट्स थे, सारे हियरिंग स्टूडेंट्स थे और एक ही डेफ स्टूडेंट था वो क्लास में। और जो टीचर थे जो प्रेजेंटेशन दे रहे थे वो हियरिंग टीचर थे, क्वालिफाइड थे, PhD होल्डर थे, बट अ हियरिंग पर्सन। क्वालिफाइड है डेफ एजुकेशन में, डेफ कल्चर के बारे में, साइन लैंग्वेज के बारे में, वॉज वेरी वेरी मच अवेयर अबाउट इट। तो ये जो क्लास का टॉपिक था वो डेफ कल्चर के बारे में था। डेफ कल्चर, आप सबके जो जैसे हियरिंग लोगों को बहुत इंटरेस्ट आता है ना, वो सारे हियरिंग बच्चे एकदम इंटरेस्टेड थे कि व्हाट इज डेफ कल्चर, आपको कैसे पता चले डेफ कल्चर क्या है, इसमें क्या अलग होता है। तो ये एकदम सटल है, आप इसको ऐसे यू कैन नॉट कैच व्हाट इज डेफ कल्चर। So when you are a part of the deaf culture, when you dive deep into it and you immerse yourself into it, and then you understand what is deaf culture. तो वो सब एकदम इंटरेस्टेड हो गए कि नया टॉपिक है, नया कॉन्सेप्ट है ये, एंड दे नेवर एक्सपीरियंस दिस, दे आस्क्ड अ लॉट ऑफ क्वेश्चंस। तो टाइम हो गया, लंच ब्रेक हो रहा था, तो प्रोफेसर ने कहा कि अब ठीक है, तो लेट अस गो फॉर लंच। तो वो बच्चे जाना नहीं चाहते थे, वो बोले वी वांट टू नो मोर अबाउट डेफ कल्चर। तो द लेक्चरर वाज लाइक ओके, वो बनाना खा रहे थे, तो उन्होंने एक बनाना निकाला और उसका तो जैसे उसी के लिंक उन्होंने उसको बताया, जैसे मेटाफर, हम ये जो वर्ड यूज करते हैं मेटाफर, वो डेफ कल्चर को मेटाफर करके उन्होंने समझाया कि क्या है। देखिए आप ये बाहर से आप डेफ कल्चर को नहीं कैच कर सकते, जैसे ही आप बनाना की स्किन निकालते हो तब जो अंदर जो फ्रूट है वो डेफ कल्चर है। तो डेफ कल्चर बाहर से नहीं दिखता है, तो ये एक मेटाफर था। तो बच्चों को तो बहुत मजा आने लगा कि बाहर से नहीं दिखता, आपको नहीं पता अंदर क्या है, जब आप उसकी स्किन निकालोगे तभी आपको समझ में आएगा। तो जो डेफ बच्चा वहां बैठा था उसको पूछा ये सही है, तो डेफ ने कहा, वो कब से देख रहा था, कब से बैठा था कि मैं बनाना हूं, आई एम द बनाना। तो क्या हुआ इसका मतलब, ये फनी लग रहा है, आई एम द बनाना मतलब क्या। उसने कहा कि आई एम थर्ड जनरेशन बनाना। अब ये क्या था, व्हाट डज इट मीन। वो प्रोफेसर वाज अ लिटिल अशेम्ड, वो बहुत एम्बैरेस हो रहे थे, बच्चों को तो समझ में नहीं आया क्या मतलब है। इसका मतलब ये था कि आप डेफ के बारे में बात कर रहे हो, डेफ कल्चर के बारे में बात कर रहे हो, और आप डेफ नहीं हो। प्रोफेसर इज टॉकिंग अबाउट आंसरिंग क्वेश्चंस अबाउट द डेफ कल्चर विदाउट बीइंग डेफ, और आप यहाँ पे डेफ जो बैठा है उसको नहीं बता रहे हो। तो इसी को बोल रहा है मैं खुद बनाना हूं, मुझसे पूछो। तो दैट इज हाउ इट लिंक। तो इतने साल बाद आज 2026 में मुझे समझ में आ रहा है कि यस आई एम अ डेफ पर्सन और इट्स अ गुड अपॉर्चुनिटी, और आपने मुझे यहाँ पे बुलाया मेरा पर्सपेक्टिव शेयर करने के लिए, सो दैट्स अ वेरी गुड थिंग। और मुझे ये इतना लंबा प्रेजेंटेशन तो नहीं देना था, थोड़ा चेंज करते हैं, मॉडल फॉर्मेट चेंज करते हैं, maybe 10-15 minutes I'll just give my story, 15 minutes maybe you can ask me questions, ताकि मैं आपको आंसर, एक इंटरैक्टिव सेशन हो, आपका मेरा पर्सपेक्टिव हम देख सके। ओके, I'll try to be honest. I know कुछ लोग हैं जो मेरी बातें सुन के थोड़ा हर्ट हो जाएंगे, उनको बुरा लगेगा। मैं ट्राई करूंगा थोड़ा केयरफुल रहने के लिए, डिप्लोमेसी यूज करूंगा मैं। जब मोदी कैसे करते हैं, ही इज बीइंग वेरी डिप्लोमेटिक। ट्रम्प के साथ जब वो बात करते हैं वो कुछ भी बोल देता है, जैसे पीएम मोदी वैसे बात नहीं करते, ही हैंडल्स इट डिप्लोमेटिकली। आई एम गोइंग टू डू दैट। वो इट वाज अ जोक, आई नो। मेरे शायद आंसर से कुछ लोगों को बुरा लगेगा, उनको गलत लगेगा, बट आई एम ट्राइंग टू बी ऑनेस्ट। इट्स जस्ट माई स्टोरी, डोंट फील बैड, आई एम जस्ट शेयरिंग इट। एनसीडी का जब मुझे लेटर आया और कि मुझे इनवाइट कर रहे हैं, आई वॉज सो हैप्पी। लेकिन ये था कि हाँ बोलूँ या ना बोलूँ। इट वॉज प्रॉब्लम क्या था कि मैंने जब एनसीडी, मैंने पहली बार नहीं आ रहा हूँ मैं, दिस इज थर्ड टाइम। द फर्स्ट टाइम आई वेंट एंड आई हैड अ प्रेजेंटेशन वाज इन 2011 in Delhi, where I had a presentation. Then I went to Baroda in 2020, and this is the third one. उस टाइम पे मैं स्टूडेंट था, टीचर था, सिंपल एक था। आज I have a big role. I am AIFD president, ऑल इंडिया फेडरेशन ऑफ द डेफ का प्रेसिडेंट हूं मैं. डेफ कम्युनिटी मुझे देख रही है. आई हैव टू हैंडल दैट एज वेल. तो मुझे लगा कि और डेफ कम्युनिटी के लोगों ने मुझे कहा कि एनसीईडी उसमें मत जाना, तुम डोंट गो अप टू एनसीईडी. तुम जब जाओगे ना एनसीईडी में, इट इज लाइक टोकनिज्म. वो क्या कर रहे हैं, बस एक टोकन के नाम पे तुमको लेके जा रहे हैं. साइन लैंग्वेज को तो सपोर्ट नहीं करते वो, और डेफ इतना सफर करते हैं, वो हमारी बात तो सुनते नहीं है. वो सब आपस में अपनी 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 कहते रहते हैं, लेक्चर्स देते रहते हैं, हमारी बात कभी नहीं सुनते. डेफ तो वही सफर कर रहे हैं. तो तुम एंड आई वाज लाइक ओके, अब मैं क्या करूं, ये तो प्रॉब्लम है श्योर. स्केची सिजर होता है, जैसे सिजर के दोनों तरफ है, एक एनसीईडी है, अस्मिता मैडम है, लता मैडम, फिर का नाम भूल गया, सॉरी, अमिता ताई, गायत्री मैडम है. अब ये सब मेरे में बहुत रिस्पेक्टेड लोग हैं जिनको, तो मैं इस कैची की इस तरफ ये है और दूसरी तरफ है डेफ कम्युनिटी. अब ये दोनों मेरा गला काटने के लिए आए. अब मैं क्या करूं? So what I thought was, so from my childhood I remember one thing. My grandmother used to teach me Marathi. My Marathi is very good. I hope some of you do understand Marathi well, or the interpreters can translate and explain us. There are just 4 words that need to be.
So ऐकावे जनाचे, करावे मनाचे.
That means listen to everybody and do what you wish to do. So everybody will keep advising you lot of things, but decision should be yours. Yes or no is yours. So then I thought, okay, keynote speaker. Oh, so good. Second is human library. So it's my right to share my experience, my perspective. So there will be nothing wrong in that. I should go. So then I decided that yes, I will come. Some of them said that your presentation is at the last, just before the closing. So I said, okay, that's fine. In English, there is a saying, last but not the least. So there is already a saying. All the 3 days, there were keynote speakers who were good. So I took it positively. I decided that I'm going to take it positively and I'll come. Even if people criticize me, it's fine. I'll still come. So thank you, the organizers, for inviting me here and including me. Oh. And I always, before my presentation, with my daughter as well. So my daughter is a Gen Z. तो आप समझ जाइए कैसा होगा उसका माइंड, उसका इंटरनेट यूज करने का तरीका मेरे पेरेंट्स को नहीं सुनती है बिल्कुल भी. तो मैं मेरी बेटी को हमेशा बोलता हूँ कि यस, we have to discuss, but let us agree कि हम किसी पॉइंट पे डिसएग्री भी करेंगे. So let's agree to disagree. So what I want to tell you the same thing. शायद आप लोग में से कुछ मुझसे अग्री करेंगे, कुछ नहीं करेंगे, but that's fine. देख, मैं अपनी स्टोरी शेयर कर रहा हूँ. अब ये कॉन्टेक्स्ट में हम देखते हैं. अब टाइम बहुत चेंज हो गया है. मेरे पेरेंट्स डेफ है. बोथ माय पेरेंट्स आर डेफ. My father that time I was at Masgaon school for the deaf, and my mom was in LFC in Chennai. They got married and I was born. उस time that was 40s, 70s, 60s, 70s का time है. वो time चला गया. When I was born, when I was 80, I went to school in 80, 1980s के बाद से बहुत different time था. I was Gen X. Luckily, हियरिंग एड, तभी पॉकेट मॉडल हियरिंग एड थे, फिर बीटीज आए, फिर टाइम चेंज होता गया। मेरे फादर के पास वो नहीं था, वो स्कूल में वो हेडफोन्स लगाते थे, वही वाला कॉन्सेप्ट यूज करते थे। एजुकेशन मेथड्स अलग थे। आरपीडब्ल्यूडी एक्ट तब तो था ही नहीं, उसमें साइन लैंग्वेज के बारे में नहीं था। एनईपी 2020 के बारे, उसमें सब में साइन लैंग्वेज है। अब दुनिया बदल चुकी है, बहुत बड़े चेंजेस हैं। मेरे पेरेंट्स जो है अब ओल्ड है। माय फादर इज 81 नाउ, माय मदर इज 74। अब वो उनको लगता है आप लोग तो बहुत लकी हो, उस टाइम ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं था। हमें कम्युनिकेशन बैरियर्स थे। टीवी पे हम वो देखते थे, कुछ समझ में नहीं आता था, कुछ सुनाई, मूवीज देखने जाते थे, सबटाइटल्स नहीं, साइन लैंग्वेज नहीं, कुछ नहीं। अब यूट्यूब पे सारा सब एक्सेसिबल है, इंटरप्रेटर्स है, सबटाइटल्स है, कैप्शंस है, एवरीथिंग। मूवीज हैज सबटाइटल्स, माय फादर वॉचेस मूवीज विद सबटाइटल्स नाउ। He's saying me, I miss that. मुझे लग रहा है कि my time is gone now. तो अभी का जो यूथ है वो उनको बुरा लगता है कि they feel disappointed कि आप लोग तो बहुत लकी हो, लेकिन मैं जो हूँ वो मिडिल में हूँ। जेन जी वाले का लाइफ तो बहुत ही ज्यादा बेटर है, टेक्नोलॉजी है, हर चीज है इनके पास, वो तो बहुत ज्यादा फॉरवर्ड है हमसे। कुछ चीजें तो मुझे भी पता नहीं कैसे यूज की जाती है, सोशल मीडिया कैसे यूज होता है ये मुझे नहीं पता, लेकिन छोटे छोटे बच्चे यूज कर रहे हैं, इनको ज्यादा आता है। तो मैं इन दोनों जनरेशन के बीच में हूँ। सो माय फादर सेज दैट यस आई डू फील एनवी, मुझे जलन होती है तुम लोग से, तुम लोग बहुत लकी हो। वी मिस्ड आउट। उस टाइम एजुकेशन कम था, इतना क्लास 4 तक ही स्कूल होती थी, फिर उसके बाद तो हम काम पे लग जाते थे, हमें जॉब करना पड़ता। आज तुम लोग इतने बड़े, आई मीन यू आर प्रोग्रेसिंग सो वेल, तो उन्हें बुरा लगता है, उन्हें जलन होती है, बट सॉरी, नाउ टाइम्स हैव चेंज्ड। यस, अब मेरा टाइम 82 से 1997, 15 years I was in an integrated school. So sign हम क्लियर करते हैं, this is the hearing school and this is one person being that with a machine में पॉकेट मॉडल मशीन लेके जाता था 15 साल, कुछ नहीं समझ में आया, कुछ भी नहीं, नथिंग, जीरो। मैं स्कूल में जाता था सिर्फ प्रेजेंटी के लिए, प्रेजेंट मार्क होता था, घर चला जाता था, स्कूल आसपास के बच्चों से सबसे कॉपी करके घर चला जाता था। मैंने कहाँ पे सीखा? माई एजुकेशन वॉज एट होम। माई ग्रैंड मदर, माई पेरेंट्स, इन्होंने मुझे सिखाया। लिखना, साइनिंग स्कूल में नहीं होता था, स्कूल में नहीं कर पाता था मैं। इंटीग्रेटेड एजुकेशन था, वो मुझसे बिल्कुल मैच नहीं कर पाते। स्कूल का जो सिस्टम था मुझे उसमें मैच करना पड़ता था, जो पॉसिबल नहीं था। उस टाइम तो इंटरप्रेटर्स भी नहीं थे। टीचर को मैं बोल रहा हूँ धीरे धीरे बोलो, मुझे नहीं समझ में आ रहा है, मैं रिपीट नहीं कर पा रहा हूँ, कैसे बोलूँ? तो उसमें जेल होना, इट वॉज डिफिकल्ट। आई couldn't match them. This is like I'm talking 25, 30 years, 50 years, 40 years back. 15 साल की जो स्कूलिंग थी, स्कूल टू कॉलेज, how was it possible for me? मैं इतना सफर करके कैसे, how did I live my life like that? 10 साल स्कूल के, 5 साल कॉलेज के, ये कैसे हुआ? कैसे? My mind used to be stressed, मुझे इमोशनल इश्यूज होते थे बिकॉज कोई फ्रेंड्स नहीं थे, मैं किसी से कनेक्ट नहीं कर पाता था। So now when I look back, how did I do it? How did I really survive? Education हो रहा था, mental, social, emotional, ये भी तो important perspective है। But how was I able to survive all this? लेकिन घर पे मेरे पेरेंट्स थे जो मुझे सपोर्ट कर रहे थे, मेरा सपोर्ट सिस्टम था। My parents were signing to me. I was there, my parents, उनके फ्रेंड्स आते थे घर पे, वो मुझे लेके जाते थे, मैं उनसे मिलता था। That was my support system. That is what helped me survive. इसीलिए मैं आज इतना आगे बढ़ पाया। लेकिन ऐसा डेफ लोगों के साथ नहीं होता है, डेफ बच्चों के साथ उन्हें ये अपॉर्चुनिटी नहीं मिलती है। I was just lucky. So it's not easy. Integration is not easy. Now there are laws. Laws are changing. Now they talk about inclusive education. So remember, integration was this, integrated education was this, and inclusive is this. The signs are different. There are hearing children, and there are all the different disabled children. Deaf, blind, on wheelchair, everybody is integrated together. So this is inclusive education. अभी better हो रहा है, क्यों? अब when I imagine, yes, there is accessibility. डेफ के लिए इंटरप्रेटर्स होंगे, आई होप आगे चल के, लेकिन जब जाके देखो ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं है, रियल इंक्लूजन तो है ही नहीं, दे आर नॉट एंजॉइंग इट। तो रिग्रेट टू रिलीफ, पहले मुझे लग रहा था यार आई मिस्ड इट, मैं अगर उस टाइम नहीं पैदा होता, मैं अब पैदा होता तो ज्यादा बेटर था शायद, एक्सेसिबिलिटी होती, सब होती। सो दैट्स व्हाई आई यूज्ड टू रिग्रेट, यस आई फील सैड व्हेन आई लुक बैक 15 इयर्स बैक, जो एजुकेशन मेरा 15 साल का सुबह 7 बजे से 1 बजे तक ऐसे बैठना स्कूल में, घर जाना, पढ़ाई करना, वापस आके स्कूल में बैठना, घर जाना, पढ़ाई करना, that is what my 15 years I did. It's not an easy life. I wanted friends, I wanted to talk to them. ये नहीं होता था। तो मुझे मुझे रिग्रेट करता था मैं, यार मैं अब पैदा होता तो, अब भी होता तो, मैं ये जमाने में पैदा होता तो। लेकिन अब मैं देख रहा हूँ कि इंक्लूसिव एजुकेशन तो है ही नहीं, अब वो रिग्रेट नहीं है मुझे, देयर इज नथिंग डिफरेंट। हाँ, मेरे मम्मी पापा शायद मिस कर रहे हैं, उनको लग रहा है कि अभी तुम्हारे पास टेक्नोलॉजी है और अभी लाइफ बेटर है, ठीक है, लेकिन मैं जो रिग्रेट कर रहा था इंक्लूसिव एजुकेशन के नाम पे, वो नहीं है। आई रियलाइज इट इज, देयर इज नथिंग डिफरेंट, बट इंक्लूसिव इज अ बिग प्रॉब्लम। क्यों? क्योंकि इसका कॉन्सेप्ट ही हमें क्लियर नहीं है। नेक्स्ट, माई थॉट, लाइक बैलेंस है। एक कंक्लूजन में अगर मैं बोलूं तो, अगर बैलेंस है, इफ इन लाइफ वी हैव अ बैलेंस, वी कैन सर्वाइव। बैलेंस कैसे? एक वर्ड आप सबको पता होगा, कंफर्ट जोन। इफ यू आर इन योर कंफर्ट जोन, आप लंबे समय तक अगर आपके कंफर्ट जोन में ही रहोगे, लाइक फॉर एग्जांपल गवर्नमेंट जॉब में जो होते हैं, जिसको गवर्नमेंट जॉब मिलता है, वो लाइफ टाइम वो परमानेंट जॉब है, कंफर्ट जोन में है, वो बाहर तो नहीं निकालने वाले आपको, जॉब से तो निकालेंगे नहीं, टाइम टू टाइम सैलरी आएगी। प्राइवेट में ऐसा नहीं होता है, आज है कल निकाल देंगे। तो गवर्नमेंट जॉब बिकम्स अ कंफर्ट जोन। टुमारो यू नो गवर्नमेंट जॉब छोड़ दे रहे हो, अगर आप बोलो उनको कि छोड़ दो, तो बोले नहीं नहीं, गवर्नमेंट जॉब नहीं छोड़ सकते, बिकॉज यू आर गोइंग टू बी आउट ऑफ योर कंफर्ट जोन। लेकिन फिर टू ग्रो पर्सनली इज डिफिकल्ट। जब आप उस आप कंफर्ट जोन से बाहर आओगे, एटलीस्ट सम टाइम व्हेन यू टेक अप द चैलेंजेस एंड ऑल, आप सीखोगे, एंड व्हेन यू गो बैक यू आर बेटर। तो इन एंड आउट ऑफ योर कंफर्ट जोन, यू आर सेफ इन योर कंफर्ट जोन, इट्स योर सेफ प्लेस, लेकिन इस दोनों के बीच में बैलेंस होना चाहिए। सो दिस इज व्हाट वी नीड टू थिंक एंड अंडरस्टैंड, दिस इज इंपॉर्टेंट। इंक्लूसिव एजुकेशन का कॉन्सेप्ट बहुत बढ़िया है, बट वी हैव टू थिंक एंड बैलेंस। जैसे मैं कैसे बैलेंस करता, जैसे मेरे पेरेंट्स डेफ थे, सो व्हेन आई यूज्ड टू कम होम हाफ डे, बहुत मुश्किल होता था मेरा, चैलेंजिंग होता था, हाफ डे वाज माय कंफर्ट जोन। मैं घर पे आराम से आसानी से मेरे पेरेंट्स से बात कर पाता था। सो दैट कंफर्ट जोन, इन एंड आउट ऑफ माय कंफर्ट जोन, आई कुड ग्रो बेटर। तो वैसे ही हमें करना पड़ेगा। हाउ इंक्लूसिव एजुकेशन कैन बिकम बेटर? आई थिंक इंक्लूसिव एजुकेशन is, I'm not criticizing inclusive education, neither I disagree with it. Problem is इसको हम कैसे सॉल्व करें, इंक्लूसिव एजुकेशन जो इश्यू हो रहा है वो कैसे सॉल्व करें, दिस इज व्हाट आई वांट टू नो। ऐसे बहुत सारे डेफ लोग भी हैं यहाँ पे जो इंटीग्रेटेड एजुकेशन से बड़े हुए हैं, वो बहुत चैलेंजिंग था और बहुत सारा उन्होंने सीखा है। डेफ कम्युनिटी में वो जब वापस आते हैं, वो अपने डेफ फ्रेंड्स को मिलते हैं, अगेन दे गो बैक टू अ चैलेंजिंग सिचुएशन। तो वो बैलेंस अच्छा है। Do the deaf people here who are sitting here agree with this? Yes. So that's important. That's the key. So that's what we need to think about the future. So that is what I wanted to say. Just very short. Any questions that you all want to ask?
सगळ्यात आधी जोरदार टाळ्या सरांसाठी होऊन जाऊ द्या. हॅलो 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 हॅलो
Hello. Hello, Sunil sir.
हॅलो.
Who's signing? Yeah. That you can sign so that.
जो क्वेश्चन पूछ रहे हैं वो श्रुति वहां से डेफ लोगों के लिए इंटरप्रेट करेगी. तेजल इज इंटरप्रेटिंग योर फॉर सुनील.
Hello. Yeah. Hello, Sunil sir. So it's not a question. I just want to share a secret with you that people who schedule the conferences, how do they decide that which speaker will first talk in the morning and which speaker will talk at the end? And there's nothing about the theme, the subject, the designation, the age, the disability. It is the person who's a good speaker who can, जो लोगों को हिला सके, अच्छे से एक्सप्रेस कर सके, सोए हुए को जगा सके, उसको लास्ट में रखते हैं. And this is the secret. And this is the only reason you will hear at the last session. Thank you.
थैंक यू मैम. अस्मिता मैम, थैंक यू सो मच आपने जो क्लैरिटी दी उसके लिए. No, I was just giving you the perspective of what the deaf people were thinking. They always thought that NCED कभी हमें support नहीं करती है. तो अब आपने जो clarity हमें दे दी है वो thanks to you so much. I'm going to go back to the deaf community and tell them that yes, this is not what you all are thinking about NCED is. I have just one request. Maybe every year, maybe we can have more deaf people, encourage more deaf people to come in and present, so that they can also stand and talk about themselves.
Thank you very much. Sunil, can you say some more things about the concept human library? There is a growing movement in Europe where you can go to a library with books, or a store book, a shop, and you can meet human beings and learn from their life experiences. But this concept that you are saying, human library, is this connected to this movement, or is it more of an auto-ethnographic presentation? This is very important, that we kind of hear, learn, and unlearn the kind of ideas that we have. Can we say something more?
So actually, ma'am, this concept is very new here. I myself was not very much aware about it. When I read about it, it's in Europe, it's happening now. It's human library is, talking to somebody, asking a person and not reading their life from a book, but in fact listening to their story live. It's like that. But this concept is not, it's very, very new in India right now. So one deaf person asked me, human library? Oh God. Sunil, you are the president of AIFT. You'll be like in one zoo. It's like you are in a zoo and people will come and photograph you and ask you questions. It's like that, and you have to answer from there. This is what one person told me. So there is a bit of misunderstanding right now. But then I decided that no, this is a platform that this is a platform and not a zoo. So this is what a lot of people are imagining about it. Since 30, 40, 50 years, there was a lot of oppression. So this is what they think. So it's like, they still feel that there's no freedom. And it's like everybody is going to just make fun of me and enjoy looking at me. But times are changing. But yes, in Europe, the concept is not the same here. It will take time to grow here.
Hello. Yeah, may I? Yeah, just one second. पहले एक कंसेप्ट होता था रोल मॉडल की तरह, ठीक है. तो जैसे अलग अलग रोल मॉडल्स होते हैं, वो बहुत सारे रोल मॉडल्स हैं डेफ में भी, जैसे शिवाजी सर हैं, सुनील सर हैं, मैनी मदन सर हैं. ऐसे हमारे रोल मॉडल्स हैं जिससे हम सीखते हैं. उसी तरीके से थोड़ा हायर वर्जन है जिसको हम ह्यूमन लाइब्रेरी बोलते हैं. उनकी लाइफ से हम उनके स्ट्रेंथ, चैलेंजेस, कंसर्न्स, इश्यूज, उन्होंने कैसे कोप अप किया, कौन कौन सी स्ट्रैटेजीज इस्तेमाल किए, उससे हम किस तरीके से सीख सकते हैं। लाइफ एक्सपीरियंसेस, एविडेंस बेस्ड प्रैक्टिसेस, जैसे इन्होंने कहा कि इनको कौन कौन से कंसर्न्स आए शुरू में, फिर अब क्या किया, फिर क्या किया, उससे हम सब कैसे सीख सकते हैं। दैट्स अ न्यू कंसेप्ट। तो तब का कंसेप्ट, यूरोप का कंसेप्ट इज डिफरेंट, यहाँ का अब कंसेप्ट इज डिफरेंट। दिस इज न्यू इन आवर कंट्री which has come up in पर्पल फेस्ट, जो मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ सोशल जस्टिस एम्पावरमेंट शुरू किया है। तो तब पहले, बहुत पहले रोल मॉडल था। आई थिंक लास्ट ईयर से वी हैव स्टार्टेड विद द कंसेप्ट ऑफ ह्यूमन लाइब्रेरी।
Thank you, Gayatri ma'am, for clarifying.
There's one deaf person.
Okay, मैं अभी आपको एक बता रहा हूँ why the confusion. Like this is the structure of how interpreting services are provided. It's 1-to-1. It's going to be a relay with 3 or 4 interpreters. These are new concepts of co-interpreting.